looking down from the heights that we have built all by ourselves. And there is fear of the unknown, but we cannot lose control when we feel like the world is against us. We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for.
What is up, everybody? It is another week of CF1 action. Beanie's here, joined alongside my co-host for the evening. It's the one and only Speezy Spencer. It is a glorious night of college Valorant action, and it is going to be chock-filled from top to bottom, and we're starting out with a banger of a matchup.
Yeah, we certainly are. This first night, their first match of the night, we are going to see Northeastern Black take on a surprising powerhouse in recent times, the Carleton Ravens. I mean, Beanies, I've never heard of the Carleton Ravens. Didn't know much about them coming into this season, but my God, they're 3-0 right now. They've beat Rutgers, they've taken down FGCU, and they dismantled Indiana. So I'm hoping for a great performance tonight.
Yeah, Carleton's always been a university that's shown up across multiple titles. I remember my time in Overwatch having them perform at a very high level, actually getting to hang out with them for a top 8. So shout out to Carleton for being a stellar powerhouse in another title. I mean, there's a clip going around on Twitter that I think Riv posted. That's a pretty banger one. Check out Riv's Twitter if you don't know what we're talking about. Riv from Carleton, shout out to you. But aside from that, before we get into the actions tonight, I want to give a quick shout out to one of CF1's many partners helping make this season as beautiful as it can possibly be, and that is the one and only Hero Campaign. The Hero Campaign is a way for you to get involved and make yourself a designated driver to help make sure everybody can get home safely and preserve their dreams. All you gotta do is head over to theherocampaign.org and go on and take the pledge to become a hero today, folks. But if you want to become an agent in Valorant, all you have to do apparently is ban out Fracture, because that's the one thing I've learned that every agent and every player in Valorant is doing nowadays, is they're banning out Fracture. And Speezy, tonight's matchup is going to be no different. We have the maps available to us here. Fracture was one of the bans. It was the ban that came out from Carleton, and Northeastern University came out with a ban for Bind. So as you can see, folks, these are going to be maps 1, 2, and 3 of this first best of 3 series.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right, Beans? We don't see Split taken too often. Teams usually opt for the Bind or for the Ascent pick, which is Ascent being banned away by NEU by Northeastern is a shocking pick. I honestly think Northeastern should be pretty comfortable on Ascent, whereas Split, if one team gets momentum, it's a really, in my opinion, a one-sided map. It is very, very difficult to get anything going on Split if you're down. But hey, like you said, Fracture is one of those maps that I don't know if it's people consider it a bad map just yet, or if it's just because it's a new map. They're still learning the meta. They're still trying to learn what the map is about. It reminds me very much of Haven in the early days of Valorant. You know, during the beta, people were like 3 bomb sites. This is not what this game should be. It's a tactical shooter. You know, but with Fracture, you have to kind of play inside out, right? The defenders spawn on the insides of the map, and the attackers are on the outside. So it's a little bit awkward. So it's definitely something that teams are going to take some time getting used to, and I can imagine that as the CF1 season goes on, we'll definitely see that Fracture pocket pick in the hands of some teams.
Yeah, I mean, we used to say that about Split back in the day, Grandpa, when it was just, 3-4 maps available to pick at, and now look at us. Here we are, a year and a half later, Valorant thriving with many maps just for more bans, so Split and Icebox can consistently make their way in to most series. But we're going to be starting out on Breeze, Speezy, and I want to talk about that to really get us going here, because Breeze is a map that, you know, is a divisive one for some people. It is an enormous map, to say the least, and that does lend itself to having some agents be a little more overwhelming than others. So, I mean, I think of the likes of Sky and how dang powerful she can be on Breeze, and how much control she can get with her flashes, with her Wolf, with her ultimate. I mean, that's just the bottom of the barrel here. Or the top of the barrel, excuse me. Because as you get to the bottom, there's a lot more picks available to you.
There certainly is. Sky's a massive pick that I'm going to be looking out for tonight. And then there's 2 other choices that I want to highlight as well as we get into Agent Select. One of them, it's going to be in the hands of Jack Lorf, and that's the Viper. Again, Beanies, I can actually say this now and be confident in my choice that it's not just my pocket pick. Viper can dominate this map. I want to see a lot of them, or a lot of these plays where they'll hit B site, they'll throw up the Viper wall and just execute extremely quick. If you can sell that execute, that's going to open up the entirety of the map. But the other one, I didn't see who it was in the hands of, but somebody on Northeastern was able to pick it out. It's going to be the Sage. There are a couple of, if you look up on the map Breeze, especially in tube and in top middle, there are a couple of holes in the ceiling where Sage can just pop those the slow orbs. They'll land directly on the entrances to site and can completely slow down a push. So in the right hands, these agents can definitely have some impact. But Beanies, we're gonna have to find out if these players are dialed in, if they're practiced and they know their lineups. Because if they don't, it's gonna be a world of pain for the team that's not ready.
Yeah, and I'm gonna throw my eggs in the basket early here. They've earned their credit. They have been undefeated throughout CF1, so Carleton, I'm gonna pick out for that 2-0, starting out here on Breeze, coming out strong. They do have a nice pickup here with the Viper, as you mentioned, going to have that 1v1 against the likes of Hype from Northeastern, and Viper can really have a lot of pressure on this map with the kind of utility you get out of your wall. And look at that. We're already talking about it's going to be A site cut off and just going to be throwing out the idea, or excuse me, B site, nice. As the idea is thrown out there, you know, maybe we're going to take it. Maybe we're going to step up. Fam's going to take a step, going to try and deal with the flash, and Riv is actually going to get taken down. Kushida Fam is going to take out one. And Carleton, they're going to be starting off in the back foot here. Northeastern looking like they are targeting the weak part of this armor, and they're doing so with precise precision. That sounds like I said the word twice, same word twice, but it's going to be a 3-on-4, and the spike's going to get planted here as Moobs evens it out.
Spike's going down on A site. I don't know that Carleton is aware of this as they are extremely far away, but Moobs just making that Sheriff Sing, spots the head. Not able to land the shot, gets a body shot. It might have been a wall bang. Sage is almost dead. Danny's going to clean that one up, and Carleton in a 3v1 situation. Danny again finds the final frag of the round, and they were just so clean on that retake. Look, I mean, how much HP does Jack Lorf have? Maybe 2?
Two. That was what Jack Lorf was left on. 2 HP in the dream right there, my friend. And oh, the spray looking so cute as well. Love to see it. Jack Lorf picking up a round as well as the rest of the Carleton squad. Moobs doing some heavy lifting there. Now we get to see the fun purchases of this second round here. You can see we have a wide array ranging from the Bulldog, a Sheriff. I mean, we got a light machine gun in here. We got some Spectre love as well. It's going to be a good time here for Carleton and Northeastern. They have themselves 3 different opportunities to pick up a headshot elimination and grab themselves a gun. If they can find one single headshot in the right distance, they could turn this round entirely.
Yeah, they certainly could. This moves, just barely misses the head of Kushida Fam. Rip getting super aggressive here and is going to take down Hype with the Bulldog, making it bark early, swaps weapons, moves, takes down one, doesn't have the dash, so can't get away as Xander's going to clean that one up. And that should almost be a clean sight if they can retrieve that weapon. No hacks is just in the back lines here, already pushed through tube. And that's an interesting strategy by Carleton. It looks like they left tube open and just let Hacks walk straight through. This should be an easy frag. They know where you are, but the teammate coming to help out. A little shimmy, a little bait, a little switch, and Jack Lorf able to find the final kill. Beanies, I'm going to say this, and I know it's only 2 rounds into the game, but the teamwork from Carleton, we've seen it twice now, where that bait and switch has just worked so well.
It has, and honestly, you could even lend that to maybe Northeastern just feeling like they have to do a little more than necessary against the likes of Carleton, as we've talked about, an incredibly strong team coming out here, not only in CF1, but in collegiate competitions across the ecosystem for college Valorant. They have really put themselves on the map this semester, and they're just going to continue doing that here if they can just keep having these rounds go their way. I mean, it doesn't start off too hot right there. You see Moves, though, going to even the odds. Has the getaway smoke. Doesn't take any damage.
He's not pushing it.
He's pushing it. He's pushing it.
He gets
oh my God. He gets it. He gets one. He trades it out. Carleton, though. Spencer. Carleton. They're down 2 versus 3 right now, so they do have to worry about this numbers disadvantage because that big round purchase, or the big purchases from last round are biting them in the butt here.
Oh! Slippery pickle, Rubsky. Rubsky
Northeastern
slipping and sliding through those Cypher cages, but Northeastern, they answer back the first buy round. Beanies, I'm sorry to cut you off, but that was just disgusting from Rubsky.
No, don't worry. Don't worry about it. You need to. Sometimes these players just force it out of you. You don't even expect to react like that, but when a headshot just comes out of nowhere like that, it makes you go, ooh! Like a little chill goes up your spine or something, you know?
Just the tiniest of gaps between those Cypher cages and is able to just nestle a bullet? I don't know. One of those. Puts a bullet right in between the Cypher cages. I mean, I wish. I got some Pillsbury got to make after this as Moob's going to pop that Blade Storm down double doors. And there finally looks like Carleton is finally starting to fight for this tube control with a double peek from Rubsky. Going to take it down. Hype answers back, though, and so does Rib. So, overall, still a 4v3 in favor of Carleton.
A little bit of a slowdown here, though, and definitely for the better for Northeastern. They don't want to risk losing this spike in an inopportune spot, I'll say, because if that Viper goes down in a bad location, that can almost guarantee the round is over for the offense. So you need to make sure you escort the target safely. And it looks like A site's going to be their location of choice, but take a look at the Carleton defense, folks, on your minimap. The Sova, the Cypher, the Sky, the S sounds are coming out, and luckily there's no fight happening for the Northeastern squad. Oh no, I spoke too soon. It was Rubsky just waiting for them to peek out. Thought they were safe, thought they could get onto site, but the Cypher is able to secure an elimination. And when I say that, secures the triple kill. That's 3 for Rubsky and 3 on the board for Carleton.
Yeah, and Danny Silva right there, right? Just plays that recon dart to precision, putting it in the back of tube, highlighting where 2 players are, and just makes the cleanup job that much easier. So, Beans, another thing I do want to highlight for Northeastern, they are throwing up this this Viper wall so incredibly quick. It's almost like they have to commit to this site now, right? Because without Viper, they don't have any other smokes. There's not a Cypher cage. There's not a cloud burst from Jet to at least buy you 4 seconds. Wherever this Viper wall goes up, it's almost like, hey guys, we have to execute, and that is a massive shock dart from Danny there as Riv cleans up Hyphen. That's all the control that Northeastern had, right? There's no more Viper. They used your Trailblazer. You used a guiding light. There is nothing left for Northeastern to execute in this 5v2.
I mean, you say that, but right arm still has a sheriff in tow. Danny's gonna put an end to that one. Xander, the last one standing here, and honestly, Speezy, that shock dart, excuse me, I cannot say enough about it. I mean, it basically single-handedly secured the round there because of everything it did, the ripple effect it had, dealing with the Sky utility, injuring multiple players, forcing out the Sky heal, and then Sky herself was left with, what, 25, 30 HP maybe? Yeah. It just set the tone so well for Carleton right there. And now, look at them, Moob sitting on the top of the leaderboard with the operator in tow. Anytime a Jet has an operator in hand, you know the montage clips are just a few moments away, and I can only hope Moves has put their best foot forward, ate their Wheaties for breakfast, and they're looking to get a shot or 2 here. But no takers is, look at your minimap, folks. Looks like B-Site's going to be a home base of attack for this Northeastern squad.
And Beanies, remind me to tell you my theory about what cereal operator players actually eat, because it is definitely not Wheaties. We are not that refined.
Okay, Mr.
As this
BuzzFeed.
As the execute comes in. And look at this. Hunter's Fury is going to land a tag onto Xander, going to find the frag onto Right Arm Goon, and just completely stop the push from Northeastern. All the while, No Hacks is just on the A site, creeping into position. But if you look at your mini-map, Rubsky knows you can't get around him just this easily. Moobs has the cross. Oh, Hacks could time this to perfection as Moobs is being extremely loud. Danny's going to round the corner. This could be dangerous. The recon dart gets the kill. Does No Hacks. Moobs, though, trades 1. No Hacks again. Able to take him down. And this is certainly a winnable 2v1 for Hype. His Rib's only on like 10 HP. That's the kill, and it's a 1v1. Rubsky v Hype. Cypher v Viper.
Oh, that's a big and that's a big headshot, Speezy. Beautiful job by Rubsky right there. The lack of hesitation is so big. Didn't think twice, knew that once the kill was secured, they had to throw down the ultimate. They had to make sure the round didn't slip away. Rubsky getting that, a beautiful headshot. And now it's going to be Carleton in the driver's seat. Look at the buys coming out from Northeastern. They can't afford a full purchase. Hacks is going to be throwing down the gauntlet here, going broke next round. Nope, going to be selling that back as a wise choice. But Northeastern, they got to get some headshots, Speezy. They're going to be looking at a 6-1 deficit here.
They certainly do. And Beanies, I want to just go back to that point earlier about the cereal. You know all op players eat tricks for breakfast. And you know Danny definitely just eats headshots as Right Arm Goon able to take him down. Yeah, all op players have tricks for breakfast. Tricks or Lucky Charms. Because Moobs gets lucky with another one. It's because Sheeta Fam just walks straight down. Finds right into the crosshair. Hype, though, able to get one as well. And this is just a trade back and forth, back and forth. Xander takes a couple of pop shots, not able to find anything. The res comes out, and interesting to res in an eco round here on the side of Northeastern. You don't traditionally see that as Riv tries to reposition.
They're committing to it. They're committing to the win.
Hey, I respect it. You know, sometimes you got to full send, hold that W key, but they're not going with their Viper utility, so this could be a massacre that they're walking into.
Okay, but they have a Marshall in hand, and that's going to be the key to the success here. All it takes is one headshot from that gun, and it's going to be over. Oh my god. Oh, Jack Lorf, that's so unfortunate. Falling right into the hands of Right Arm Goon, who finds another elimination, taking down Rib, giving Carleton just one remaining member to pull off this 1v4. The round that we said was almost guaranteed to be Carleton's is firmly in the grasp of the Northeastern squad. Yeah, they had to use an ultimate or two to get here, but it's so worth it dropping the Carleton lineup. And if you could pick up
the
an
pings
operator
come down.
here, that's big.
They know.
Oh, the pings, the short. Oh, it's gonna be the shorty. Oh no, Hacks gets a little too aggressive, and then Moves is gonna find another, committing the ultimate here.
There's no way.
Oh! What? Almost made it happen. Northeastern, though, they get the round win.
First of all, credit to Northeastern. They believed in themselves. They invested a lot into that round. We saw the Viper's Pit. I'm pretty sure we saw the Res, and I'm not sure if we saw an Empress as well, but look at this. Great third shot here, and just dashes past Xander and flicks directly to Right Armed Goon. Oh, boy, that's a spicy one. But, hey, doesn't really count. It doesn't really matter because Northeastern, they're going to get their second round on the board, and they do have the operator as well. That's going to be in the hands of No Hacks as Hype gets us opened early onto B site.
Oh my gosh, and look at that. The operator that was given over to the Northeastern lineup is going to be put to use immediately by No Hacks. Finding one, but Moobs has an operator themselves here. Saved up a pretty penny or two to buy a second edition. Oh, and Moobs is putting the nice feet on. It might be a little bit of footloose here because the dancing toes are getting them out of these woes, my friend. And with 3 versus 3 left on the site, Rubsky is going to try and take, and he does take down No Hacks. That's a big swing here for Carleton.
I mean, Moobs is playing like Stewie 2K plays CS, just throws a smoke, dashes into it at points, and just does whatever they want. That was just too clean, and right now I think we're seeing why Breeze is really just Jet's playground. I mean, she can do whatever with such long sight lines. The operator can just sing. But Spike's getting planted here on this A site. So definitely going to be a bit of a help for Northeastern, even if they don't win the round, just for some economic value. And they don't know where Goon is. Goon gets one. Jack Lorf seems to know. Jack Lorf boosted up and gets the final frag onto right-armed Goon. They're going to secure the 6th round for Carleton. Looks like they're just going to try and retrieve some weaponry. Maybe somebody's got a nicer skin. Or are they going to go double op setup?
Are you talking about the original double op setup back in the day when we would double peek down bind short?
And it
the good old days.
The good old days.
It worked every time, 80% of the time. You know?
Oh, 100%.
I mean, this has a higher success rate. Moobs coming in with what? A 1 shot, 1 kill, a second shot, peeking around here. Boom! Moobs pulling off some sweet plays to keep Carleton in the driver's seat here after just a bit of a stumble, a little hiccup, a little ditch in the road maybe, but now they're back in control. You can see the purchases coming through. Northeastern going to have to find some of that thrifty magic again here with some light buys, and I think I saw a Guardian there as well.
Yeah, definitely saw the Guardian. That shock dart again. This has been the same spot, same shock dart, and we have seen great success. So Danny has read the book. They know what Northeastern's doing, and they're prepared. I mean, that's all that I'm seeing right now is Carleton is just extremely well prepared for this game. They have read everything to a T, and Northeastern, again, committing that utility extremely early. The Viper wall already went down, and then they're using Trailblazer, and then they're using Guiding Lights, right? I'd like to see them kind of change it up and use some of that Viper util after committing, the Sky Guiding Light or the Sky Trailblazer. And here we go again. They're investing into this round as they do have the player advantage. Seekers has gone out. Riv and Moves each able to find a frag. And we have ourselves a 4v3 advantage Carleton. But Spike is down, so time is not on their side just yet.
Oh, Hype is trying to be a little sneaky here, Speezy, but we're not going to be seeing much on that front because it's going to be only Hype left standing here. And even that's not going to be for too much longer. A 4v3 ends in a 4v0 as Carleton, again, an incredibly impressive retake here. And Speezy, one of the big things to know about a team that knows how to retake is it's a team that has strong leadership, in my opinion, because for you to be able to retake and to consistently retake sites, it requires you having a definitive voice, able to make these calls, able to tell people when they go, when they shouldn't, whether or not you commit to holding a site or backing off. And the people who hear these calls need to have enough respect and trust in that leader to make the right decision. And it's just a testament to what Carleton does as a team, and they're showing us right here.
Yeah, Beanies, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe their captain, I'm not sure if the IGL and captain are there running the same thing, because we've seen some differences in other teams, but this player on screen right here, Jack Lorb, as I say that though, gets absolutely blasted, but takes down 2 with the snake bite. Excuse me? Oh, I understand.
Are you kidding me?
I'll explain to you what just happened. After Moobs locks one down here, you know he's going to find one head. Here. No, as right arm Gooms should get the pretty safe plant here. So what happened was they ran into the Viper's pit, which is going to put some decay on them. And then immediately after that, the double snake bite did severe damage. But Hax just creeping in the back lines, able to get down Moobs. 2v3. Let's see if Danny can work some magic. Does have recon dart and just misses. Gets a dinks on a no hacks, and Bubsky's going to have to make something absolutely magisterial if they're going to want to win this one here. Xander creeps into window, spots one. Rotation's not there. His Hacks with a 4K. Cleans it up for Northeastern. Their eco rounds, Beanies, I have to say, are almost better than their gun rounds on the side of Northeastern.
Maybe that's the hidden power. Maybe that's the weapon X that you really need to excel here. Is you don't buy the assault rifles. You take the assault rifles that are given to you when you slaughter your opponents. As Jack Lorf is able to take down, what, 2 people here? Off an incredible snake bite along with the smoke. Oh, it was beautiful. Decay, vulnerability, the whole 9 yards. Ooh. Look at that. That was a brimstone just hanging out. I guess he was catching a breeze or two.
You know, Kenny, we were doing so well. So well. I didn't think I was going to have to put you in timeout today, but I'll let it slide because it's the first one of the new season moves. Also not going to let Hype slide, as that's a free kill. And already, look at the collapse on the minimap from Carleton. They leave Hacks wide open, dead center. Hacks, this whole round relies right here on no Hacks. If he can hit these cross shots, that's massive. Oh, and a huge whiff, but double dink with the classic? Okay, we'll let it slide. Oh. Spray control not there for moves just yet. 2v3 dashes in and throws off Xander, but Xander, and like I said, Beanies, no Hacks, just holds it down from the middle of the map. The pinch looked good from Carleton, just not able to convert, unfortunately.
Yeah, very nicely done. The recovery by no Hacks. As we're getting the replay. As you hit rock bottom, the only way to go is up, my friend. And unfortunately, the sky was the limit there with a 2-shot to the head with the classic, putting some justice on the left click's name. But Speezy, it's the 12th round here, the last round of the half. A big round here. Everyone needs to spend their credits. Everyone needs to use their ultimate. And as I say that, moves wasting no time. Going to be starting out strong. Bringing out the Blade Storm for Carleton's side, and no Hacks with the Empress here is going to be the focal point of taking this 5th round. Carleton's going to try and have to deal with, what, 4 members here on this A side, Speezy, and a flash on Rub? Ooh.
Yeah, and this is a nice change of pace from what we've seen from Northeastern, right? They traditionally aren't going this quick. Spike does get planted, but at what cost? That's your healed down. Moves trying to do something with this Blade Storm and does. Pop Xander's head, but no Hacks. They have the Empress, they have a Lear, and they have a Hope and a Prayer. Spots one head. No way, he hits Riv. Yeah, Danny's going to shut that one down and bring us to 8-4 on the map choice of Northeastern. So, not a bad showing. You would have liked to see the 7-5 if you're a Northeastern fan, but hey, 8-4, it's a respectable half, and it's certainly winnable for Northeastern still.
Switching sides.
Oh, yes, it is. And now that you're on defense, you have the ability to at least play a little more passive, a little more safer if you so choose. You don't have to worry about too much if you just play off sites and you let your team regroup and retake as 5 if needed. But I mean, if we're talking about agent choices here, I feel really confident about just the whole Carleton lineup. And it just hurts to think about, as you said earlier in the broadcast, how this Northeastern squad doesn't have many smokes available to them. Smokes, albeit, can be pretty disadvantageous on Breeze because of how large the map is, but it still does give you the ability to cut off some sights, control long sight lines, and prevent the likes of, for example, moves holding down the long sight with an operator and just raining down hell on your team.
Spike
But
down
that's a long
A.
ways away, Speezy, because we got just pistols to deal with here, and it's a one-for-one trade to start things off.
Yeah, and it's a very quick one-for-one trade. Carleton, again, falling into a similar trap as Northeastern as they committed that Viper utility extremely quick. Main difference, they have Cloudburst, they have those Cypher cages. Can we talk about this flank from Hax? If he just stays patient, one's at least. How's your trigger discipline? How's your trigger discipline? No good. Danny scouts it out and is able to find the frag. Moves, gets one as well, and it looks like Carleton may be on their way back after that easy frag.
Here.
Yeah, if the utility's there, might as well use it. Of course, as soon as I was about to talk about it, they wrap back and do commit to this A site as Spike is going down. 2v4 retake. It's going to be difficult. Hype and Xander, can they make something happen?
Yeah, they're coming from two different locations, which honestly feels a little bit of a disadvantageous thing to do so early in the game
Player
here,
standing.
when your guns aren't able to have that one-shot potential as you might expect, where Northeastern now left with that one member as they lost their Viper. It's going to be a 3-on-1. Xander's just got to go for it, risk it for the biscuit, see what happens. A Sheriff is actually staring them down. Danny, though, going to take it with the Ghost. And Attackers take the first round of the second half.
Hey, Beanies, we need to have a chit-chat real quick.
Okay, what's
That
up?
is now
Talk to
the
me.
second. Granted, we've seen 2 pistol rounds, right? Moobs
Okay.
has bought a Sheriff and no other abilities in both pistols.
I respect
Do you
it.
know- Do you understand the amount of confidence that you have to say, YOLO everything, Sheriff, we're going for the one-shots, we're going for the one-taps?
I mean,
Do they not know the classic right-click still exists in this game?
I will say that shout out to Justin from Rutgers. They were doing that last season in CF1. Justin on that Omen was just buying in a Sheriff outright and making it work. And Moobs, I mean, you talk about Moobs in the Sheriff speeds. He put some respect on their name for crying out loud. Getting the first blood here of round 14. And that's just going to be the snowball rolling down the hill at this point, because Northeastern isn't very well equipped to deal with this. Rubsky, though, is not going to be able to take down Hax. That was a little bit of an unfortunate trade for them, and very well played by Hax, who did have the Spectre in tow. So now Northeastern, they are going to have potential retake here. They are going to have an opportunity. But it's tough to deal with the likes of Jack, Lorf, Riv, and Danny. The 3-piece coming out, the Carleton squad getting in double-digit rounds here in game 1. And they are looking good as they get their first taste of assault rifles in this half.
And Beanies, they just play, I can't say it enough, they play so well off of each other. I mean, just the communication is there. Everybody's looking at different angles. Everybody has each other's backs. I mean, this is just clinical Valorant right now from Carleton. And at what point, right, if you're the Northeastern captain or leader and just say, hey, let's take a timeout, slow it down, and let's not play into their hands. Because, again, right now, it looks like they're just trying to keep pace with Carleton and match everything they're doing. We're not seeing a lot of slow orbs. We're not seeing anything to really hinder or slow down the approach of Carleton right now.
I love the Cypher look here by Carleton. You can see the lurker that they have in center going to be dancing around there, possibly going to find a player or two. But while I was looking at the minimap, Moves was staring right down the barrel of their AK and taking down one. Rubsky going to be grabbing another, and this is just Carleton all day, all night. No matter what time it is, Carleton is prepared. Oh, Moves bringing the fight to him with the the classic. Got me calling it the Sheriff because of those right-click potentials. But the classic elimination. Now, right arm. Oh my
excuse me?
God. I'm
Did
sorry?
Rubsky just hop off the rope and one-tap right-armed goon in the face? What was that? I mean, the aim right now is just...
Rubsky?
Honestly, on another... Hey, IPO coming soon. But that's not financial advice. Rubsky is just on another level. Everybody from Carleton, they're firing on all cylinders. And I really have to say, Northeastern, this is your map choice. You got to call timeout at some point and get the mental state in. It's just, you got to get it together. This is not looking good, and the economy is not in a great place. If they lose this round, they're known for their egos, but if they lose this round, they have to answer back somehow, or they're going to be demoralized going into map number 2.
Okay, what are we doing there? Not sure what's going on. A little bit of parkour action going to be taking place. Meanwhile, Moobs is an aim trainer right now, hitting headshot after headshot. Oh my god, dashes away the safety. Do not turn this. Okay. Yeah, I thought Moobs was about to turn it on them, but we got 3 versus 3. The site's going to be taken here. A moment to breathe. As Carleton is going to get the spike down, it looks like. And they're going to be taking a few lives with them. Keep an eye on your mini-map, folks. Keep an eye.
Hacks in the back lines. Can they make anything? Oh, it looks like they know. The poison cloud just went up. Let's see if the fuel is there. Jack Lorf on the hunt. It looks like they sent out the Trailblazer as well. That's going middle, so that's going to call at least 1 spot clear. Now they have a player up in tubes to check that out, and it looks like there's a recon dart available as well. So,
oh gosh,
Danny, what? Just gets turned on and blasted. Riv though says, "Hey, I got your back, Danny. Let's shut this one down and bring us to map point."
Match point.
that was a beautiful display of individual skill there. Just pulling off the elimination. Nice flex, but again, it comes down to just the likes of Carleton playing so incredibly well here. A nice little replay for No Hacks, pulling off the 180 headshot. Gets to safety for only a moment. That's why we cut the clip there, so it's perfect for the montage. Just perfect. Throw it in the video editor. Easy peasy.
Easy
But
peasy.
Speezy, this is game
breezy.
point. This is Carleton looking to take game 1. They're looking to do 13-4, and they're just holding W key. But again, the lurk. I love the lurk coming out of the cipher from Carleton time and time again. It's so good to catch these defenders off as they transition. And you only need the rest of the 4 members to take this B site. And you can see, Speezy, the commitment. Look at the ultimates. Gonna be using one. Xander's not even gonna get a chance to compete in this round. And when we get the Sky difference, that sends the go button for the ultimate from Carleton Sky. That's gonna be taking down one as well. The lurk, proving to be incredibly efficient. And oh my god, Speezy, look at this. Look at the swing. Look at the swing. Carleton going all the way back to A site. Gonna secure a plant. Ooh. But Kushida might have other plans in mind here, Speezy.
What is this rotation from Northeastern? Carleton sold this fake so extremely well. Look at that mini-map. All 3 players rotated back to B. Meanwhile, Spike's going down on A. Riv's posted up in tube. Oh, yeah, Riv, how's your timing? Doesn't matter. Moves has got great timing. Here's another one from Jack Lorf, and there's the timing from Riv. Beanies, an absolute masterclass of how to play Breeze right there from Carleton University. They had fakes. They had retakes. I don't even know what to say. Northeastern, GG, go next. Like, you have to just reset the mental after that one. That was a clinic from Carleton.
Yeah, and there was a lot of individual skill we saw coming out from Carleton. I mean, we saw Moobs flexing on the jet, pulling off numerous operator plays. Look at that combat score, 428. Coming in from Moobs right there. An incredible performance from the Jet here on Carleton. But the Jet only performs out well when enabled by the rest of their team. And it comes from the openings that the rest of the team creates, like Riv flashing out, letting the Jet get those free peeks. Jack Lorf putting up the smokes, guaranteeing a free peek or 2 on sites as well, and even escorting them onto the site. So even though Moobs is going to be the top player in this game, it doesn't happen without the other 4 members of Carleton. And now looking ahead, the likes of Northeastern going to have a tall task ahead of them for this game number 2 after a 13-4 loss. We'll see how they bounce back in our game number 2 just after this short break. Don't go anywhere. More CF1 next.
How has Big Gamer changed impacting Cloud9? I mean, honestly, the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse.
But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet.
My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
How has Fit Gamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
Welcome back to the broadcast, everybody. Beanies and Speezies here coming at you as we have game number 2 in our first best of 3 of the evening, as we're coming off the heels of Carleton taking down the likes of Northeastern by a score of 13-4 on Breeze. And we should say Breeze was Northeastern's map. So now in game number 2, we're going to be heading over to Carleton's map choice of Split. And Speezy, we were talking during the break, when the team picks Split, they have to expect that their opponent's going to choose defense first, which lends us to think there's going to be something good coming out in the offense here for the Carleton lineup.
Yeah, certainly. I know, like you said, we talked about it during the break, and one thing that I wouldn't be shocked to see, I know it's a bit older in the meta, but if we see a breach come out, would not be surprised. And if I'm the coach of Carleton, I might put Jack Lorf on a KO. I think Split is a small enough map where 1 0 point comes out, it's going to nullify half of the enemy team's abilities, and then at that point you're really just playing CS:GO and just taking aim duels. And if they keep firing the way they were, advantage of aim duels certainly goes to Carleton University right now.
Yeah, but on the other hand, Northeastern, they are getting the benefit of starting out on the defensive side here of the map. So fortunately, Split traditionally has been a map that is favored on the defensive side, even though there have been changes to the map itself to try and make it a little more evened out. People still tend to think it is defensive favored, but I think that really lends itself to preference at this point in the game's lifespan. But starting out on defense here, you're going to have that high ground advantage, the art of war, the traditional looking down on your opponent. And what that also lends to you is you can really pick a defensive sided team comp to try and get the game going early in your favor, picking up the likes of a Killjoy, picking up the likes of a Cypher, adding a Sky in there maybe just to add some flair, add some flavor. It could all work out. It could all be in Northeastern's hands if they just, play the right game of what is it? Guess who with the agents.
Yeah. And Beanies, you highlight some of those sentinels that we would traditionally see on a map like Split. And I'm going to tell you one thing that I don't want to see, because I feel like Northeastern, they might fall back into their comfort picks a little bit. They might just play safe, treat it like a ranked game. Please don't put somebody on Sage and just wall off middle, or just throw that safe B wall up, because it will not work. I can guarantee it. Carleton, Jack Lorf on
Northeastern? Astra. Northeastern went to the school of Speezy. Are we gonna? I don't want to speak too soon. Let's talk about what we know is coming, Speezy. We know Carleton's already locked in the Astra and locked in this Killjoy. The Astra, I love the pick on Split because, in similar vein to why KO excels, because of how tight so many of these corridors are, you get so much value out of Astra's wells. It is so annoying to deal with if you can execute it at the right time. If you can suck your opponents in. If you can. I'm sorry, Speezy, but it was close. It was close.
So close.
It was so close.
Beanies, after seeing this draft, I swear, if I see Riv throw down this Sage Wall middle at least 3 times, I will lose my mind on this broadcast. I swear I will lose it. Just fight for middle. You have the skill. You have the ability. I also want to highlight that we will be seeing Carrot in the lineup for Northeastern, I believe replacing Xander. So trading out an Initiator for a Sentinel. This will be an interesting choice. Carrot hopefully was in the aim labs warming up. And Beanies, after taking a look at these team comps, I don't think anything's too shocking other than that Astra. But again, like you said, it's something that if practiced and done well, it will excel and will definitely be the difference maker.
And that is going to be what Northeastern is looking for. Any difference maker they can find right now. It's tough to come back from a 13-4 loss, but it's a new map. It's a new day, a new set of skills, a new set of agents. So just go in with a clear head and play defense to the fullest that you can. And we're going to see the early setups coming out here from both of these squads. The Viper from Carleton is going to be dropping that wall early. Has its benefits, has its downfalls, but it is what it is, and we'll see how they can use it to play the mind games that we see so often on this map.
And Beanies, quick shout out to Jagcast and former part of the CF1 family and former Northeastern alumni. Always wants to make sure that, we give love to our casters.
He used to be an alumni, not anymore.
Yeah, no, he's not an alumni anymore. He graduated and then graduated again, and then But big ups to Jag. He didn't
renew his certificate of alumniship.
No, because to do that, you have to make a donation to your school, and we ain't nobody doing that.
You got to get the library named after you, buddy. But Moves is not wasting any time right there. Gonna need a custodial crew to get named after you, because that's a cleanup upstairs, and soon it's gonna be on the site as well, because bodies are falling here. Hype though, nice little bit of classic work. They're gonna find 2. Not expected here from the Carleton lineup to get taken down by the 2 classic shots. They were unprepared for that, but still they're adjusting as needed. And with the 3-on-3 here for the retake, It's very much an even chance. Oh, but Rebsky gonna get that trade and gonna get the lead in numbers.
Certainly, we come to a bit of a standstill. Rubsky, though, able to find one, and Carrot left in this 3v1 situation. Gets one, does have the frenzy, so certainly winnable. They have the camera as well. They're just going to have to move extremely quickly as this spike is ticking down. They know where it is. I would assume this is going to be a gravity well, sucked into place, and Jack Lord playing cleanup duty as Carleton strikes first blood. Beanies, that's once. That is one Sage Wall that I have seen go down middle. That's all I'm going to say. Just that's the first one.
You can't argue with what it provides, okay? You cannot argue with the safety it provides. The guaranteed movement, the free transitions. If there's a quick execute on site A, with that wall up, you can get from site B to site A as fast as possible and as safe as possible, and vice versa. You know, it has its pluses, I will say. You know, all said and done. It's going to be a new round, Speezy. Remember what I said? New round, new game, new mind, okay? That wall's in the past. It's not the present. Because this is a gift to get to watch this matchup between these two teams here. Oh, but Rubsky is going to be delivering coal to Carrot right there. Because that was just a bad situation to be caught in, my friends. But no hacks. Has the shorty. Just got to be patient. Got to be patient. And on the other side of the map, Carleton's looking to execute on sight, and they're doing so.
Yeah, they're doing so and doing so quite well. A blast pack frag from Moobs. I mean, there's nothing really you can do about that one. Rubsky's gonna get the 3K onto right arm Goon, and like the screen says, Beanies, Carleton just stays flawless.
I mean, it's hard to argue with the results so far. 2-0 looking great. Not going to be able to see a full gun round from Carleton just yet, because look at that, Speezy. This 5-person Spectre is going to be coming out. The I got money moves kind of thing. The money mogul movements. You know, it's when you can flex the lack of having something. You know.
Yeah, it's certainly the cool thing to do, and it's what all the kids are doing these days. And I like to. It's similar to any of our viewers who have ever played CS:GO. Oh, as Hax takes down Danny for first blood. In CS:GO, there is a strat that I like to call, granted, it's called the Mac Daddy strat. You buy a Mac 10, you hold W. Carleton, they bought Spectres and they're holding W. Spike will get planted. Now that's a useful wall. And that's a useful 2 frags from Hype. Takes down 2, gets a 3rd. Riv, can you do it? Gets a, what a spray transfer from Riv.
Oh my god.
Takes down 2. They tap the spike. They're sticking this. Pros don't fake. And Hype certainly proves that, getting the 4K. What a round from Hype right there. Showing off that weapon disadvantage.
That was unreal by Hype, doing work against the Carleton lineup. And yeah, I mean, one of the big reasons that Northeastern, was able to take that is because they went into this round full buying. And look at that, Hype picking up 2 of the kills we saw throughout the round. Riv put on a heck of a show too, but you don't win the round, it doesn't last in our memories. And Hype securing the round. Highest kills so far in the game, putting their best foot forward here for Northeastern to come out storming. And they're doing just that as they try to take back this game. 2-1, Carleton on the offense.
I know I harp a lot about fighting for middle and not just giving it up and not just using utility. But I actually quite like this Viper wall, and I'm gonna tell you why. It allows the enemy team to it allows them to push through it, right? You can play on the opposite side of it, but it also is going to give you some use with that decay, because anyone that walks through it immediately vulnerable, right? Like look at Moobs. Moobs going to be taken down to 96 HP just by walking through that Viper wall. Whereas with a Sage wall, sure, it just lets you know, all right, there's a couple players in mid, but they can rotate anywhere off of that. With this, as soon as you see someone cross through that wall, it should be, theoretically, a free frag. And is this a... Oh. Right arm Goon trying to play a bit of a different angle, bit of an off angle here as they are up on that box, but don't think anyone's going to check it just yet. And the nerd cam from Carrot. Oh, baby, this is what we love to see. The nerd cams for days, but they know. Moobs is aware, but Carrot doesn't care. As they're able to get that first frag, Rubsky's going to get this spike planted. It's going down back sight outside of the Viper's pit. Interesting choice here. as No Hacks and Co. are just going to have to try and spam through this Viper's Pit to try and get something done. Jack Lord lurking, doesn't want to take that decay. Riv's going to take down Hacks, and Hype takes out Danny, but Riv again answers back, coming up big when it matters. Kushida fam, can you make it happen? 1v3. Uno v Trace. Riv, 3K on the round, continues that fine for him, and they also have the res online. Surprised they didn't go for an eco res just yet right there, because Moobs doesn't have the economy, but sure, one of the teammates will give him over a rifle, yeah. Riv being a great teammate.
I mean, honestly, I can't say enough about Riv. The time Riv lent me their Lambo so I could drive my puppy off to the vet. The time that Riv actually came to my rescue when I was being robbed at gunpoint, and Riv literally hit them with a Sage Wall IRL. It was unreal. Riv, the best human being I've ever met in my entire life. Can't say enough about him.
What was that shot? Okay. Oh, I mean, that's the first time I've seen a jet dash not work in the Jet's favor. I think the tailwind maybe dashed them into the headshot from Moobs, but nonetheless gets the job done as Rubsky able to take down right arm Goon as well. Oh, Kushida fam, I like the positioning here on this wall, but it's going to take 2 pumps.
Oh,
no good. Yep, that's Riv's going to back off.
Riv powers up every time they take gunshots.
Honestly, it's like playing, what's that character? Oh my god. What game am I thinking of, Beanies? I'm just going to let this one go.
Yeah, just let that one slide.
Oh, Black Panther. Thank you. Made of vibranium. Wow, that took way too long to get there. And this is taking way too long for Carleton to clean up, as we're going to see them go 4-1 clear. No time left for Hype. They're on the hunt. Our Carleton, here it is. 3. Turns his back at the wrong time. Eye on Sheriff. Judge, jury. Shorty says the judge that you are with ain't it. As Rubsky flexes that Shorty for the flawless of Carleton.
That is going to be a beautiful round picking up from Carleton. But yeah, Northeastern really going to be stumbling a bit after they had that strong third round here. Going to need to find their footing again with a bunch of full purchases coming out. But another look here at Moob's beautiful shot. Look at that. You can see the rubber banding of the Jet there. That is just down to the millisecond timing there. And that's what Valorant comes down to in a lot of these situations. But take a look at the operator in the hands of Northeastern's Jet right here. It's going to be a big, big round here for the defense. If they do not come away with a round win, it's going to quickly all fall apart for them.
Yeah, it certainly will. And we see the lockdown come out. Right arm Goon still playing inside of it. Oh, and a whiff, but a reset from Moves. Yeah, right arm Goon definitely got detained by that lockdown, and that's what caused that. So... I mean, you can't really do much. But this is why... Oh, Hype, excuse me. I was going to say, this is why you don't Sage Wall when you're attacking B site. But gets the frag, and this should be the easiest 3K that Moves has ever seen in his life. Lines him up, knocks him down. Hacks, though, takes him out. The 1v3 certainly could go for this, but I would not be shocked if we see the save call given the operator and the funds that No Hacks has right here.
Riv gonna have never mind. I got a little too antsy. No, maybe not. Is Riv gonna have a rude awakening here? Hacks is waiting. Oh, the bait. Oh my god, Riv does in fact pay for it with their life. Got a little too greedy there. A nice shot by Hacks. Looking for another one. Can they get the operator though? That's the question.
I don't think they want it. Yeah, T-side opping on this map, Beanies. We've tried it before. We've not
It's not the I mean, you can take the ego peek in mid if you really want to do it. If you're really feeling bold there, but you know, that's the story for another day. Moves is the one who's bold, missing the shot and still coming up with a clutch kill. 2 more in the round, picking up a 3-piece throughout it all. Beautiful job by the Rays there from Carleton, getting them their 5th round. And Spencer, I talked about before that previous round, I'm scared for what Northeastern's going to have to deal with for this in the following round after the strong investments they were making.
Yeah, and if you take a look, they do have the ultimate advantage, as they do have a Blade Storm, a Neural Theft, and an Empress to the Cosmic Divide and the res of Carleton. But, I mean, the weapons, like you stated, Kenny, the weapons aren't there. The aim right now, it's been there in spurts, but I will say it hasn't been super consistent. And when Moob's playing the way that they are, it's going to be impossible. It's on the other side of this wall. Rubsky's going to take down Carrot. Just spotted by No Hacks. Goes way too deep for that one. Jacklorf and Moves are going to clean it up. 5v2. They've sold this fake so well. I mean, granted, it's a 5v1 right now, but Spike's going on its way to B site. Right arm Goon, you are on the opposite side of the map, my friend. Rubsky just sold a fake going down ropes. Excuse me? No way. Right arm Goon thinks he's safe here.
Oh my. Speezy, that was unreal.
Observers, can we bring up the scoreboard real quick? Thank you very much. Rubsky has more kills with the shorty than Kushida Fam, Carrot, and Right Arm Goon combined with any weapon. I just wanted to point that out. Not trying to flame anyone, but Rubsky is making a very strong case for the shorty right now.
To get nerfed?
Look at this. I mean, 1, then they had the frag onto Right Armed Goon. This was 2. They also outshot a judge in CT site. Oh, No Hacks going for the ego frag. This should be an easy one. Got it.
Oh.
Moves, walks right into the crosshair. No Hacks re-peeks. Got it. Can they make it a 3K? Not going to challenge this one as they've done enough to give their team the advantage. Oh, and a TP. A bold TP and a T spawn from Right Armed Goon.
I love it.
How's your timing? Yeah, I mean, at this point, you got to try and throw everything out the window. Oh, they are aware, though. Jacklorf knows. Jacklorf pegged up Right Armed Goon. Jacklorf wins the battle. 4v2. Northeastern still has the advantage. Did that just tag Rubsky's big toe?
Oh, there would be a lot more health missing if it hit Rubsky, but that was very close to actually hitting them.
Oh, Hacks,
that's
put on
going
a
right
show.
at Jack Lord.
Put on a show.
Oh my God, Hacks! That looked so clean.
You know what makes it
Let's
look
get the
even better?
replay. Let's get the replay.
Skin. Yeah, give it to us. Here's the opener. Just Moves, you can't walk directly into my crosshairs. Teammates there for cover. Riv, don't even bother peeking this. I'll take you down. So clean. Oh, Jack, don't do that, and you're in a trap wire. Rubsky, easy 4K hack, swapping sides. But no one's there if you look at the minimap, Beanies. Carleton looks to have read the situation right. They're going to walk right back into that.
All they have is a few Cypher traps to deal with. That tripwire going to be the main source of their pain, and it's going to be taken out. No, it's not. Smart choice, having the tripwire high up above the ground. Not going to get taken out by the little Roomba boy. But it's going to be hard to get past this Cosmic Divide here. It's going to be a great tool to secure the site for Carleton and cause a little bit of chaos here for Northeastern. Jacklorf going to be the first one to find a little bit of light in all this darkness. Going to be looking to get the spike down. And Rubsky going to commit the Viper's Pit. Lots of ultimates coming out from Carleton. They have to not only take this round, but keep it going with minimal losses just to keep their momentum flowing. Kushida, though, has other plans in mind. Oh, with the Empress active, no dice, no dice, no bones, no bones. It's a no bones day, and unfortunately, Northeastern didn't find it out till the end of the day here, my friends. Carleton taking their 7th round, 10th round coming up soon, folks.
And Beanies, again, normally you've heard me flame that Sage Wall, but used in combination with that Astral Cosmic Divide, I love that idea. Most teams think, oh, Astral Divide, Cosmic Divide, I'll just walk right through it. You tried to walk right through that, you're met with a Sage Wall that you have to shoot through. So that was a genius play right there from Carleton. Have to give them credit. They've done their homework, and they are executing so well right now.
Oh, no time wasted. Gonna be Moves diving right in, dropping this poor Omen, the 28 HP, finishing the job. And Danny gonna be cosplaying as KO, getting resurrected after taken down early in the fight. With Carleton storming this A side here. Oh my God, the Northeastern squad, they just don't know where their opponents are coming from. It's all across the map. And Hax is the only one left standing. And even that's just going to be sniffed out by Carleton and crew. It's 8-2 right now, and they are putting on a clinic for how to play split offense.
Beanies, I thought games done quick was usually done in the summertime.
I thought it was single-player games, too.
I mean, I think we're both right. in that regard. I don't think we're doing a fundraiser for Games Done Quick or anything like that, but an absolute speed run of a round from Carleton in Northeastern. Again, this is the second time we've seen the maps kind of spiral out of control, and they haven't called timeout. They haven't tried to change the pace. They're just still defaulting. I mean, at some point, right, if you're the side of Northeastern, you maybe call, hey, guys, let's gamble stack a site, try and play retake. Right arm Goon finally finds an opener, though, and it's immediately traded back by Riv.
And Spencer, I think one of the biggest things to point out about Northeastern's woes so far is where they're really falling on the map. You can see in center, their Omen fell in mid. Excuse me, I call it center, but mid. Look at the location where they fell, pushing up incredibly aggressive. Earlier, we saw their Jet going for incredibly aggressive plays, jumping in this area of A site here. So we're seeing a lot of really risky plays come out from Northeastern that can pay off tremendously. But we're seeing Carleton play around them very well and basically rubber band that aggression right back at Northeastern.
Yeah, and it's almost like anything you can try, we can do better, right? As Carleton is just there. I hate to say it, but they are just steamrolling right now. And even here, look at this. No information is some information, right? Northeastern trying to get a little bit of something going, as we will see this Astra Star here popped for the smoke. So it should buy him about 12 seconds. Carleton going to get that spike down, and advantage now in the favor of Carleton. Kushida fam looks to find one, seeing if anyone's popped up, but it's all going to rely on hacks, and that plan is foiled. Carrot, you have a sheriff. They hear you running. Moves, just repels up the wall, gives us the Zed finisher. Someone's got a little bit of money, all skins, and a lot of skill from moves in that round.
And again, I mean, you could take a look at how the round really devolved there. Northeastern just took multiple gunfights, 1v1, v1, 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 v1v. And basically, they just lost each of them, unfortunately, because Carleton is just filled with very incredible players. But you could be doing things to avoid these circumstances, like with Northeastern. We're not seeing them coordinate these retakes. They're really just relying on flanks, tricks, just the enemy basically forgetting about them in some situations. So really, Northeastern needs to stop trying to make these ridiculous outplays and work more as a unit, I'd say. I mean, look, we're seeing the flanks come out again early from their Reyna, going to be swinging around the entire map. And the issue with that, Spencer, as you're seeing, is as people start to swing around the entire map, Carleton's just saying, okay, we'll take the site, and now we're set up, and now it's going to be all for naught as Killjoy's going to run into that Reyna.
Yeah, and I mean,
one enemy remaining.
You have to just question this side of Northeastern, right? Their Jet just dashed in 2 screens, Blade Storm in tow, as, hold on, right arm good, might make me eat my words. Shows that they may have an operator in hand, but gonna have to reload this Phantom. 8 bullets. Oh, excuse me? Maybe they don't. They just find the frag. This isn't planted for Danny just yet. Oh, Jiggle Peaks doesn't let him get it to half. Does have a Nano Swarm as well and can't win the fight. A monstrous clutch from right-armed Goon. Do they have time? Plenty of it. Northeastern gonna answer back before the half, and right-armed Goon. More like right-armed put the team on your back for a round. Take
Switching
a bow,
sides.
right-armed Goon.
Oh, you have that one cooking up in the kitchen for a while there, Speezy?
No, that's why it came out so poorly.
But that's something.
It's like when you were a cool kid in high school and you just tried to wear your shoulder strap or your book bag on one arm. You know, that's what I was trying to allude to, but it wasn't working out.
I can't relate to being a cool kid in high school, unfortunately. But you know,
that's why you played esports at Rutgers. No, I'm just kidding.
Let's go! But what we were talking about, we saw an incredible individual play come in there from right arm Goon being able to pull off the round win, but it took a 4K to make that happen. Yep. And if we could have those individual performances happen with more people supporting them, with more people there to trade out, with more caution, more patience, we could be seeing a totally different half from Northeastern. And I hope that this is going to be where we get to see them flip the game on its head.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, if we were to kind of compare this to some pro teams, right? Taking a look at the way Carleton are playing, I would say it's similar to Envy in the past, where they are just working so well as a team. You know, guys like Yay, FNS, back when they had Mame, who just got released, they played so well off of each other. Whereas Northeastern, it's kind of like they're trying to play like the old Cloud9 Blue with 10s and saying, all right, someone just go pop off will support you, right? And that was that performance that we just saw from Right Arm Goon. But granted, on Cloud9 Blue, they had one of the best players in the world. Northeastern, unfortunately, does not have that luxury. So I would like to see them, again, coordinate just a bit more, slow things down, play together. It's simple things like that, right? You trust your teammate, Carrot here, to just walk past ropes, doesn't check anything, and Danny picks up the easiest 2K that they've ever seen in their life. You have to play as a team, and unfortunately right now, Northeastern is just not able to do that.
10-3, Carleton taking themselves the first round of the second half. A pistol going their way again, similar to the first half. And now they are going to have a chance to bring out the Spectres and their friendly crew. Kushida is again going to be rolling with the Spectre. We saw the Reyna from Northeastern pull this out in our last half. And it did have some return on investment. It was able to pick a few people from Carleton off, catch them by surprise. But it's not going to be enough to 1v5 unless I'm able to eat my words. But Kushida is going to need the help of the rest of the Northeastern lineup, and we're seeing them do that right now. Hype going to be taken down though. Kushida also going to be eliminated, and even though Carrot is there to return too, it's still a disadvantage for them. It's still tough to see. And as you see, both top and site taken down simultaneously by the defense. Carleton just 2 rounds away from taking a clean 2-0 in this series.
Yeah, I mean, the holds are just so strong from Carleton. And even then, I think one of the things that I really like the way Carleton are playing is if they know they're outnumbered on a site, they're not trying to stay and fight it. Sure, there's been a couple times where we've seen that in this map, but most of the time they're dropping off. They're saying, hey, let's regroup and retake as 5 because their retakes are so strong. It's that teamwork. They are just trusting each other and allowing, I believe it's Jack Lorf, to make these calls and just doing so extremely well. I think, as no one's going to peek this poison cloud from Bubsky or from Rubsky, able to secure the ultimate orb is Northeastern. So let's see if they're able to use any kind of util to execute here. Again, lacking. They do have an Omen for smokes, and they do have the Cypher for the Cypher cages, so they have a bit more utility than the last map. But can they make that utility count? We haven't seen that just yet. No fakes have been sold in all moves. Uh-oh. There are 2 players on the other side of this. Kushida fam already has half HP left. Oh, how's your timing? Wall's about to go down. Moves, can you find it? There's 1. There's 2. Oh, can they get the 3rd? Flying Judge. There it is. Why not? Thank you for flying air moves. Hope you enjoyed your trip. No way. Goom, gonna shut that one down. And Riv gonna take down Goon. Spawned immediately, leaving Hype in a 1v4.
30 seconds left.
Hype going to look for a way to get to the spike here, not in a particularly beneficial location here, as we do see 1 kill come through, but Jack Lorf going to secure the round, and that is going to be match point, I should say, for Carleton here, trying to one-up their previous performance and finish this game off at a score of 13-3 against Northeastern. Oh, yeah, look at this. Spencer, this is the best part of this. Look at this. Rude Awakening. Don't even need the gunshot. You could have smacked them in the face with the barrel, and that would have been enough with how fast they were flying.
Yeah, honestly, if you remember the old Halo 2 days, a little BXR action right there. I mean, just running it down right in your face. There's nothing really you can do about that. But as we say that, they're just going to ego peeker Northeastern, get the trade, and that is site control. Okay, so we do have a 4v4 retake coming in. Oh, and Haxus just boosted their way into heaven and found nothing. Air move strikes again as they find one with the Guardian, find one with the Showstopper as well. Carrot's going to get a freebie on Riv, and moves, taps the spike, draws a little bit more attention. Guardian, doesn't matter. Hype takes down moves. 1v2. It's going to take a great individual performance again here. Hype, how are your lineup? Because the spike is planted. They could just play off of this. Not very
giving
good,
away their position.
Yeah, that lineup completely missed the spike, and this should be a... maybe not. I thought the spike was planted backside. I'm going to eat my words. Excuse me, Hype. Got those down. Pinging the spike. Can they spray it? Just has to find one. No, Rubsky. Gonna take down Hype. Gonna defuse the spike. And gonna win the match. Carleton take a bow. 13-3, 13-4. That's a secure, easy win for the side of Carleton University.
Oh yeah, that was a little bit too easy for Carleton. They were really playing above their opponent's skill level because Carleton, they've shown time and time again, they are a different caliber of team. They have shown up massively this semester in collegiate Valorant as a whole, and they continue to cement themselves as a contender throughout this entire year CF1 competition. I mean, again, Speezy, look at Moobs coming in massively, topping out the leaderboard again. A big play there by Moobs, but it was, again, massive amounts of teamwork making this so successful. I love Jack Lorf on the Astra, really able to put the narrow corridors, put the wells to use, make them really annoying to deal with. And then when you have the likes of Riv just walling up and making your day a little bit more annoying, it's not too shabby of a combination, folks. But we have to take a quick break. When we come back, we will be having a chance to interview one of our winning players. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll be talking with one of the players from the Carleton Ravens.
Now which way do we go is the question to ask. There are so many choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we love what is throwing up our balance? We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse.
But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they can report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse.
But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today.
Welcome back,
at
everybody. It's
HeroCampaign.org.
Beanies and Speezy here as we have a third member of this cast joining us for an interview. It's Jack Lorf from the Carleton Ravens squad, coming off a big 2-0 win against Northeastern, taking them down 13-3 and 13-4 respectively. But Jack, I want to start off. Give me your thoughts on how you feel after this series. It was a pretty quick series for you guys coming out. So how'd you feel coming into it, and what are your thoughts coming out of it?
Coming in, we were fairly confident, obviously. We think we won't have too much competition until the later stages of this league. So, yeah, I guess that's going on to your second point there. We're honestly looking to take the whole thing. So a match today, we're just coming in confident and ready to play. Nothing new for us.
Absolutely. I mean, it showed. You guys dominated both maps. Your map choice of Split, their map choice of Breeze. And I got to ask, Jack, the teamwork was just impeccable. It seems like everyone had each other's back. And I got to know, how long has this team been together? You have a bunch of older players, seniors and juniors, upperclassmen, or are there some new faces to this roster?
So myself, Moobs, Rebsky, and Riv were all on this team last year. So we have a fair amount of chemistry working together the entirety of last year. And Danny is just kind of like the cherry on top, like obviously a great player. So him coming in has been pretty seamless, and it's been working out for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's worked out to perfection. You can't ask for much more. And, speaking of asking for much more, is there anything that Moobs can't do? What's it like being on this guy's team when he's doing things like what we saw with that judge, just flying into people's faces, having back-to-back games with a 400 average combat score? I mean, what's it like teaming with someone like that?
Oh, I mean, it makes it easy for me. I put my smokes down, and I kind of know that he can entry and he can just win the round, getting a few kills. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's nice. It's nice to have him on the team for sure.
And I guess one question I want to send your way is, you're talking about having some more competition later on into the CF1 season. What teams are on your radar right now when you're talking about the teams Carleton's actually going to have to go toe-to-toe with and compete to win CF1 and various other collegiate tournaments? Who are the teams that you guys look out for, that you prepare to take on?
I mean, definitely big names like SGSU, especially from last year. They were very good. Waterloo has honestly been pretty good this year as well. And other than that, I think everyone else should be fairly free.
Wow. Big
fairly
words
free
from Jack Lorf.
It'll go on a sale sometime, so it'll be fairly free like that. But Jack Lorf, before we send this off, I want to give you the floor here to say anything, shout outs, thank yous, whatever's on your mind. The floor is yours, my friend. What are you thinking?
Yeah, shout outs to the rest of the boys, honestly. My whole team, like, they're great, amazing to play with. And also shout out to UT and Tice for having citizenship. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
I mean, free healthcare is a great thing to have. Shout out to Canadian citizenship, man. You guys are killing it. But thank you, Jack Lorf. Speezy, you look like you were going to say something. I want to give you
love
that.
the BM. I mean, we talked about it during the break, you and I, Kenny, many a times about this legendary tweet that we've seen go out. So glad to see that. It's all fun and games until we hop into the server. But Jack, again, congratulations. Great performance tonight, and best of luck to you and the team the rest of the way.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having us.
Org.
How has FitGamer changed impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to these Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's racing the trophies. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, and report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse.
But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to these Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising throws. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, and report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse.
But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we are now, when we get to these Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising trophies. FitGamer
Which way do we go is the question to ask. There are so many choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we know what is throwing up our balance? We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach.
Because I'm the one that emails, the nominees to let them know that they've been nominated, and then again email them whenever I'm, informing them if they're a finalist. I get to read all the responses. And honestly, through the month of September, I firstly couldn't keep on top of my emails because they were just going crazy with people, oh my god, asking people would just respond and be like, are you serious? Loads of question marks. And I'm like, yes, you're nominated. And you could just honestly feel the positivity and the energy and the gratitude coming from all these emails. It's been a tough 2 years. We were just coming out the other side of a pandemic, and gaming was one of them things that a lot of people depended on for their mental health, for socializing, and just not going crazy while we were all locked up. So when I was emailing these people, some of the responses that came back were just, some people would say, oh my god, you've made my day. Some were, you've made my year. I actually listed some of the responses here, but just things like, this is the smile that I've needed at the end of a long week. We most definitely accept. There was a group for nominated for, I can't remember, it was one of the organization awards, and they were saying that they just started out last year right before our first Gamers Awards, so one of their main goals as a company was to get nominated for an award this year, and that was just so cool. And then we had people that just expressed their gratitude in ways that really made us feel good about what we're doing. People would express how that they've been trying so hard for so long and they just couldn't get that recognition. People were expressing how they've just come out of a dark place and this is just what they needed to get them back on the horse, get them going again. because I'm the one that emails, the nominees to let them know that they've been nominated, and then again email them whenever I'm, informing them if they're a finalist. I get to read all the responses. And honestly, through the month of September, I firstly couldn't keep on top of my emails because they were just going crazy with people, oh my god, like asking that, like, people would just respond and be like, are you serious? Like loads of question marks, and I'm like, yes, you're nominated. And you could just honestly feel like the positivity and the energy and the gratitude coming from all these emails. It's been a tough 2 years, we were just coming out the other side of a pandemic, and gaming was one of them things that a lot of people depended on for, their mental health, for socializing. When I was emailing these people, some of the responses that came back were just, some people would say, oh my god, like you've made my day, somewhere you've made my year, just things like, this is the smile that I've needed at the end of a long week. We most definitely accept. There was a group for nominated for, I can't remember, it was one of the organization awards, and they were saying that they just started out last year right before our first Gamers Awards, so one of their main goals as a company was to get nominated for an award this year, and that was just like so cool. And then we had people that just expressed their gratitude in ways that really made us feel good about what we're doing, like people would express how that they've been trying so hard for so long and they just couldn't get that recognition. People were expressing how, they've just come out of a dark place and this is just what they needed to like get them back on the horse, get them going again.
How do you structure training? A lot of people, when you look at traditional sports, you go to practices, you go to games, and when you're outside of that, you're just kind of outside of the sport for the most part. You're doing other things. You're maybe at work or you're at school or you're just doing other hobbies. You're enjoying life. Esports and gaming is a little bit different in the sense that you go to your scrims, you go to your practices, but then you go home and then you go into solo queue or you play some games by yourself. And if you're not doing that, you might be watching Twitch or you might be watching professionals play. It's very difficult to get away from the competitive industry or the esports industry if you are competing in it. And so you just have these days where people are kind of like me, where you eat, sleep, and breathe esports, and you do that for 3, 4, 5 years, then that's a recipe for kind of burnout because you never really have a break from the game. Even if you're not practicing or competing in it, you might be playing something casual, you might be watching it. And if you're not giving your brain that rest, your brain's really never pulling back from that industry and is just eventually going to push you away from it because it's burnt out. And so that's one of the things that we try and specialize or focus on in Fit Gamer is incorporating a more holistic life in the sense of introducing other hobbies, introducing breaks, scheduling breaks, doing these things that kind of break up the day. And what a lot of people tend to find is that when they actually introduce these breaks or they introduce other hobbies, one, they learn new skills that help them play the game better. So like whether it's some kind of resilience component or some kind of creative problem solving component, they might learn that. But also two, they start getting better at the game because their practices are more efficient because they're not burnt out constantly.
They have aspirations to just work in esports, and what a incredible achievement to kind of put on the resume builder, right?
That's
and kind of get recognized and noticed.
Exactly. Like it's not, obviously it's super fun and it's, it's great and everyone's really enjoying it, but professionally as well, it could be, really beneficial. It is something that you could put on your resume. Like, if you're nominated for a Game Designer of the Year, Sound Designer, those types of awards, it's going to look good, we're trying to encourage women to go forward and go for these careers in gaming because as we can see by the stats, there's just, if we look at the amount of female gamers there is and then look at the amount of, high positions that women hold in the gaming industry, it doesn't balance itself out, so one of our goals is to do that and help everyone find their way into these careers.
How about that?
How about that, right?
November
That's
18th,
seasonal.
7 p.m.
If that doesn't get you pumped up, then I don't know what will.
Oh man, I'm so ready. I've been logging on and voting. I know you guys have a tremendous, overwhelming amount of votes, but let's back it up for a second here and just talk about, this is the second annual Gamers Awards, and you mentioned your involvement with gender inclusion, and that is a big deal, especially at the collegiate level here at Conference 1. It's something that we're striving to do better at in female participation, because females do make up over 40% of participation in esports, yet the collegiate participation is very low. And so we're trying to open up some doors of opportunities, some inclusion, and kind of see those numbers increase. We do have a spike in female coaches and coordinators this year in Conference 1, but what you girls are doing with the Gamers Awards is great, is because you're highlighting some of these great individuals in the esports industry, and the visibility since last year I know has been incredible. So talk about how the Gamers Awards got started and why they got started.
Okay, so as you said, this is our second year doing the Gamers Awards, and the Gamers Awards is an annual event. It's the only gaming event which is for women by women. And we just listened to the feedback that was coming from our community. You know, there's so many amazing women or femme-identifying people out there doing such incredible things in the gaming industry, and it was just time. Like it was the right time for them to get the recognition that they deserve. For all of us to be able to celebrate the things that they're doing.
How about that?
How about that, right?
November 18th, 7 p.m.
If that doesn't get you pumped up, then I don't know what will.
Oh man, I'm so ready. I've been logging on and voting. I know you guys have a tremendous, overwhelming amount of votes, but let's back it up for a second here and just talk about, this is the second annual Gamers Awards, and you mentioned your involvement with gender inclusion, and that is a big deal, especially at the collegiate level here at Conference 1. It's something that we're striving to do better at in female participation, because females do make up over 40% of participation in esports, yet the collegiate participation is very low. And so we're trying to open up some doors of opportunities, some inclusion, and kind of see those numbers increase. We do have a spike in female coaches and coordinators this year in Conference 1, but what you girls are doing with the Gamers Awards is great, is because you're highlighting some of these great individuals in the esports industry, and the visibility since last year I know has been incredible. So talk about how the Gamers Awards got started and why they got started.
Okay. So, as you said, this is our second year doing the Gamers Awards, and the Gamers Awards is an annual event. It's the only gaming event which is for women by women. And we just listened to the feedback that was coming from our community. You know, there's so many amazing women or femme-identifying people out there doing such incredible things in the gaming industry, and it was just time. Like it was the right time for them to get the recognition that they deserve. For all of us to be able to celebrate the things that they're doing.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, we report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse.
But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
Because I'm the one that emails, the nominees to let them know that they've been nominated, and then again email them whenever I'm, informing them if they're a finalist. I get to read all the responses. And honestly, through the month of September, I firstly couldn't keep on top of my emails because they were just going crazy with people, oh my God, asking people would just respond and be like, are you serious? Loads of question marks. And I'm like, yes, you're nominated. And you could just honestly feel the positivity and the energy and the gratitude coming from all these emails. It's been a tough 2 years. We're just coming out the other side of a pandemic, and gaming was one of them things that a lot of people depended on for, their mental health, for socializing, and just not going crazy while we were all locked up. So when I was emailing these people, some of the responses that came back were just, some people would say, oh my God, you've made my day. Some were, you've made my year. I actually listed some of the responses here, but just things like, this is the smile that I've needed at the end of a long week. We most definitely accept. There was a group for nominated for, I can't remember, it was one of the organization awards, and they were saying that they just started out last year right before our first Gamers Awards, so one of their main goals as a company was to get nominated for an award this year, and that was just so cool. And then we had people that just expressed their gratitude in ways that really made us feel good about what we're doing. People would express how that they've been trying so hard for so long and they just couldn't get that recognition. People were expressing how they've just come out of a dark place and this is just what they needed to get them back on the horse, get them going again. I'm the one that emails, the nominees to let them know that they've been nominated, and then again email them whenever I'm, informing them if they're a finalist. I get to read all the responses. And honestly, through the month of September, I firstly couldn't keep on top of my emails because they were just going crazy with people, oh my God, asking people would just respond and be like, are you serious? Loads of question marks. And I'm like, yes, you're nominated. and you could just honestly feel like the positivity and the energy and the gratitude coming from all these emails. It's been a tough 2 years, we were just coming out the other side of a pandemic, and gaming was one of them things that a lot of people depended on for, their mental health, for socializing. When I was emailing these people, some of the responses that came back were just, some people would say, oh my god, like you've made my day, somewhere you've made my year, just things like, this is the smile that I've needed at the end of a long week. We most definitely accept. There was a group for nominated for, I can't remember, it was one of the organization awards, and they were saying that they just started out last year right before our first Gamers Awards, so one of their main goals as a company was to get nominated for an award this year, and that was just like so cool. And then we had people that just expressed their gratitude in ways that really made us feel good about what we're doing. Like people would express how that they've been trying so hard for so long and they just couldn't get that recognition. People were expressing how they've just come out of a dark place and this is just what they needed to like get them back on the horse, get them going again.
How do you structure training? A lot of people, when you look at traditional sports, you go to practices, you go to games, and when you're outside of that, you're just kind of outside of the sport for the most part. You're doing other things. You're maybe at work, or you're at school, or you're just doing other hobbies. You're enjoying life. Esports and gaming is a little bit different in the sense that you go to your scrims, you go to your practices, but then you go home, and then you go into solo queue, or you play some games by yourself. And if you're not doing that, you might be watching Twitch, or you might be watching professionals play. It's very difficult to get away from the competitive industry or the esports industry if you are competing in it. And so you just have these days where people are kind of like me, where you eat, sleep, and breathe esports, and you do that for 3, 4, 5 years, then that's a recipe for kind of burnout. Because you never really have a break from the game. Even if you're not practicing or competing in it, you might be playing something casual, you might be watching it. If you're not giving your brain that rest, your brain's really never pulling back from that industry, and it's just eventually going to push you away from it because it's burnt out. And so that's one of the things that we try and specialize or focus on in Fit Gamer is incorporating a more holistic life in the sense of introducing other hobbies, introducing breaks, scheduling breaks, doing these things that kind of break up the day. And what a lot of people tend to find is that when they actually introduce these breaks or they introduce other hobbies, one, they learn new skills that help them play the game better. So like whether it's some kind of resilience component or some kind of creative problem solving component, they might learn that. But also two, they start getting better at the game because their practices are more efficient because they're not burnt out constantly.
Now which way do we go is the question.
Maybe they have aspirations to just work in esports, and what a
Hello, everybody. Welcome back here. You may remember these faces. We've been gone for a little while, but that's okay because we were just getting ourselves geared up and ready to go for our second game of the evening here on CF1. And Speezy, we're going to be dipping our toes in the Western region now, as we are going to have a matchup between two teams out in the West, one of which is still undefeated.
Yeah, this is going to be a great matchup and a real litmus test for this University of Alberta squad as they will be taking on the UC Berkeley Golden Bears. So it's a battle of the Golden Bears. I'm curious to see who comes out on top. UC Berkeley has yet to be beaten. Like you said, they're undefeated. They've beat Boise State. They've beat Cal Poly Pomona, and I believe they have also beaten Cal State Long Beach. On the flip side, Alberta. They're 2-1, so nothing to shake a stick at. However, one of their wins did come via forfeit. The other one, they were able to take down Boise State as well before falling to Cal Poly Pomona. So it's definitely an interesting one. Given the history of UC Berkeley's esports program, they got some hitters. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to call it like it is. They have some absolute aim bots, and it should be a great matchup tonight. But quick prediction, I'm saying 2-1 Berkeley.
Ooh, 2-1. We're going the distance tonight, folks. I'm going to say a 2-0 to Cal Berkeley. I have a lot of respect for this university. And I remember last season in CF1, the Wild West was very true to its name, with almost any team being able to beat another in that top 6 to 7 echelon of teams. So it's going to be interesting to see if Alberta is going to cement themselves in that top tier that you were talking about. But before we hop into that game, I want to give another quick shout out to a partner here at CF1. I want to say a quick thank you to our friends who are helping make the roads a little bit safer as everybody tries to prep themselves and get ready to go back out and spend time with their loved ones and their friends. Make sure you are driving safe, and you can do so by getting involved with the Hero Campaign. You can go to the Hero Campaign's website at herocampaign.org and take the pledge to be a hero and designate drive for your friends. But with that said, my friends, we have ourselves some CF1 Collegiate Valorant action to look forward to. And when I talk about that, it means we got to talk about the map picks, my friends. And as we have the maps available to us here, we got them while we were off stream. You can see on your screen, we're going to be going the Split, Icebox, and then Bind, with Split's pick coming at the hands of Alberta and Cal choosing to start out on the defense there.
Yeah, and it's an interesting choice. Again, this is the second time tonight we've seen Split. It's a map that not a lot of teams are playing. I would say traditionally we'll see the Ascent, we'll see Haven, we'll see Icebox. Those are kind of the big three, with Bind and now Fracture kind of floated in there. But Split is usually not one taken. So I'm curious to see what the differentiation between the matchups is. So last match we did see a pretty quick pace come out from the Carleton Ravens, and I want to see if UC Berkeley is able to kind of match that tempo, or if Alberta looks to play a bit more patient and a bit more team-oriented Valorant than what we saw from Northeastern. Because if they do that on Split, they can start themselves off to a great foot. This is their map choice again, and hopefully they've got something cooked up for it, because as you move into map number 2 on Icebox, another interesting choice from the University of Alberta. They chose to attack on Icebox. Traditionally, teams like to start on the defense, get a couple of round wins in the books, and then, once that halftime swaps over, the shots are already hot. So we'll have to see if that plays off in their favor, if they have some attacking cheese for map number 2.
Oh, but before we can even get to that sweet cheese, we got to deal with this Gouda stuff in front of us.
I'll let it slide.
But we have some quick lock-ins here, Speezy. Some quick lock-ins. We're seeing some familiar faces from Split played in our previous series, where we saw the Carleton Ravens take a dominant win. And as we see these faces, I mentioned Astra comes into the hands of Jello from the Alberta side. We are going to see a Jet and a Raze coming out from Alberta. An interesting choice of those two duelists here. Typically, you will see one or the other. More often than not, Raze, because of how this map favors, the explosives and whatnot. But on the other side, we may have that KO lock-in. I don't want to jinx it. Knock on wood.
Oh, please,
we
please give it to us.
Coming in here,
give it. Oh, no. My days. If we get a Yoru, I'll be equally as hyped. Didn't think so. Nick, you baiter. Unbelievable. But, yep. Teams maybe just not super comfortable with that agent yet. So not super surprising. Would love to see it. Somebody's got a pocket pick, Beanies. I know it. He's been out for what? A month and a half, 2 months now?
It has to be. It has to be there, dude. If it's not, I'm kind of upset, because I want to see a good KO just show up and dominate it. Watching a good KO is so frustrating, because you just feel for the other people that have to deal with it.
And honestly, I think KO and Omen are in this very unique category for me, where they're two of the most how do you put this? CSGO-like agents you can play, right? KO's flashbang, very similar to a flashbang in CS. It's super easy to play off that. And then the smokes of Omen, granted, you don't have to memorize lineups for mid smokes, and you can just place them around the map as Omen. But just the way that they play are so very similar to how you'd play CS, as we see here. Squeeze setting up a one-way onto Garage. This could be interesting. But looking at the positions of University of Alberta, looks like they're going to take this fight for mid control, and same rules apply, Beanies. If we see this Sage Wall, I will be livid.
Oh, well, no Sage Wall coming out there, but Bufu is going to be the first one falling in this series. Alberta are going to be striking first blood, and they're going to be pushing right through middle. Something that we did not see much of in our previous series is now going to be... Oh, I say that. Not going to happen that quick. I did think that we were going to see a little bit of a push through that B top, but it's going to be slowed down a bit as Alberta, they have the numbers lead, and now they can play the mind games.
And I like the slow pace that Alberta's already bringing to the table. It's much better, no offense to Northeastern, but much more controlled, I will say, and seems to be a bit more calculated than what we've seen, that when we saw previously. And the other thing I want to point out, Alberta has yet to commit, or excuse me, they've committed their Viper utility where UC Berkeley has not. So there's still plenty of potential for a retake if UC Berkeley should let them plant.
I love this. I love how long Alberta's taking with this offense. They get that one pick in what? 5 seconds, 10 seconds into the round, and now it's just been pure mind games and patience. But now the catalyst is finally going to strike. The match is going to flick, and it's going to be Alberta taking a second elimination here as the spike does get planted down. It's going to be a 5-on-3, and Berkeley has the work cut out for them on their first retake.
They certainly do,
there's that wall.
That's the wall that we're looking for. Buy a little bit of time. Let them know how many players are coming. Cypher Cam goes out as a little bit of a bait. No, Squeeze. You can't squeeze yourself in there and stuck between a rock and a snake bite. As they're brought down to 63 HP, that's not going to be a good sign.
There goes the grenade. It's all about game of patience here. Hayes is going to be pressed just a bit too far. And the side of Alberta come out guns a-blazing in this first round. Take a convincing opening round.
Yeah, and again, I like what Alberta did there, right? They slowed the pace down. They got that opening pick, and then they just said, all right, let's kind of default around the map, see what we can get, see what kind of information we can get, because even no information is some information. You know what I'm saying, Beanies?
Just like any publicity is good publicity, you know?
I disagree with that one.
As it came out of my mouth, I'm like, yeah, that's probably a bad saying to follow. Probably shouldn't be living by that, but, that's okay. That's okay. We're not the ones who have to worry about that. We're not the ones who have to make the shots. Speaking of shots, Sabs hits a few. Gonna be pushed into their spawn. Incredible aggression coming out from the UC Berkeley defense here, as they're gonna be stepping up to the plate big time. And oh man, look at that gravity well there, Speezy. That was beautifully done there by the Alberta team. The coordination was on site. Speaking of that, it's gonna be the spike going down there as well.
Yeah, and again, already liking what I'm seeing from the University of Alberta. They've started off hot. They've got a couple of weapon upgrades. So hopefully they can make these things sing, but UC Berkeley, 2v4, this is a very tough one. I would not be shocked if we see Bufu dash on the Tailwind onto site and try to clear a corner while we let this Reyna kind of pick up some slack. I don't know that time is definitely not on their favor, and this Sage Wall just slows the push down that much more. Let's see, can they do it? Gonna play off the spike. Gravity Well pulls them off. YEG Nick stands for you ain't gonna get it. I know ain't doesn't start with an E, but Alberta gets the second round.
Somebody get this man a copy of Hooked on Phonics, for crying out loud. Oh man.
Hey. Hooked on Phonics was a classic. I just didn't really read it too much.
It was my favorite first grade reading.
Was it? I was more of a what's that? What's that Magic Treehouse book? Was it Magic Treehouse?
Oh, Magic School Bus?
Oh, there was
Magic Treehouse?
The Magic Treehouse.
See, what I read in first grade was the strategy guide for Kingdom Hearts in my free time, and I convinced my teacher it was okay because it had words in it. And it was a book, and it flew.
Wow, must be nice, man. Must be nice.
Yeah, right?
Jersey school systems, everybody. You couldn't get away with that in Massachusetts, and what University of Alberta is getting away with here, pulling up or gaining mid control. Oh, Shimmy doesn't want to commit to this just yet as we see this Viper Wall come up from Blue Haze. Again, this is a Viper Wall we talked about in last round that can spell so much damage if it's up and it's decayed. And Bufu gonna get smoked off, but takes a little bit of damage. Doesn't find a frag. Ooh. Witter and Shimmy both down super low. Gonna get healed up just a bit as Squeeze gets mollied off, and there's just one player on site. It's gonna be Russell. Gets jump peeked, but finds one. Russell had dismiss, no? That's an odd way to die on site. Could have bought a little bit more time for the team as the spike goes down on A site.
Maybe a little bit of hesitation, indecisiveness about which orb to take. Maybe just couldn't hang in that line of sight long enough. Whatever the case, Alberta is now going to have itself a numbers advantage against this retake, but that won't last for long. The assault rifle asserts dominance over the Spectre, and Bufu is helping the rest of the squad push on the site. Blue Haze trying to take a gun trade. Not going to find much luck, but it's going to be Squeeze grabbing that. And now Squeeze is going to have to try and squeeze the life out of this Alberta defense because this is going to be a tough task. But Bufu's going to find one.
Oh, and Nick with the cleanup.
Yegnek going to take him down.
Do we think it's YEG Nick or Yegnek? I'm going to go with YEG Nick.
I don't know. It depends. What rolls off the tongue, too.
You know,
like YEG,
NBA young
we
boy.
could say. True.
I feel like it's YEG Nick. Well, unless told otherwise, we're going with that. I'll go with that. You can call him Yegnek. That's not a bad one, though. We'll do it live, Beanies.
Yeah. Well, it might cost you an arm and a yeg.
All right, and Beanies, the first time out of our return, it comes in matchup number 2. That's the University of Alberta. They're on the attack. Squeeze looking to get something done here. Gets a bit over eager, but gets the kill onto Whiter and gets out. Oh, but the Sage Res from YEG Nick. That's going to bring us back to even strength. Squeeze, you have to do it again. Can you? Oh, great cloudburst from Shimmy right there. Just blocking the vision of Squeeze. Kenny, you're still in timeout. I don't want to hear it.
Okay.
And we see the slow pace. Look at this rotation that UC Berkeley is already somewhat committed to. We have 3 players up in heaven, 1 in ropes, and then 1 more in male. So if Alberta goes through garage, this could be a free B site. The only player they'll have to fight off is Troy. Jello going to make a little bit more noise.
Look at where the spike is.
I wouldn't be surprised if we hear Jello take a couple shots here on this A site, just to sell this fake just a bit more, and that's spotted out by Russell. Full rotation. Cypher on his way back through CT spawn. This is the go button.
Oh, that's going to be a big ultimate there. Just going to be zoning, to say the least. It may find someone in transition, but look at the hesitation. Look at the hesitation. But is it going to find somebody? Oh, it snipes out Blue Haze. That's awful for the Berkeley defense. They're now going to have to retake at a disadvantage yet again. It's not going to be an easy task here. You look at the HP pools. You look at the guns that they have in tow. It's not going to be promising, but when you have a sheriff, you have a chance. You just need to land the headshots. One can lead to another. Oh, but Jello's the only one who got the headshot memo. Gonna find one, pick up a second. Sabs getting on the board as well, and only 1 member left standing, but Bufu is gonna be sent packing. And that's gonna be Alberta. Coming out the gates, firing here, Speezy, 4-0.
Yeah, good thing those were early predictions. I'm going to eat my words here. Alberta looks good right now. I was not expecting this at all. They seem to be firing on all cylinders, and I wouldn't be shocked if they go 5-6 rounds clear here. Like, this is extremely clinical. They're playing super patient, and they're waiting to get any sort of information before committing to a move. So very well done so far from Alberta, and let's see if they can continue this form. A slow default comes out here. Interesting choice, Beanies, from Bufu to take this operator. We talked about the ego peak down middle, but no one there to challenge for Bufu just yet.
Say that, but YEG gonna be playing with fire right now. Oh, gonna actually give away their location. Interesting choice. Gonna want to draw the attention of anybody there, but YEG has no knowledge on just how many people they have to deal with. They know there's one. Jello, though, going to be taking down Russell. A big elimination there, as Alberta yet again is going to get themselves an elimination before the spike goes down, forcing a disadvantage for UC Berkeley.
Can
And
we
oh my
talk
God, that
about the
transition.
wall from Blue
That
Haze
transition.
just absolutely nullifying Bufu's position? If Blue
And now
Haze
look at
doesn't
this
put
wall,
that
the
wall up,
cosmic divide.
it's clear.
Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. Watch out, getting hit with a grenade. Gonna be the paint can taking a little bit off the shoulder. Gonna be enough to survive, though, as UC Berkeley is gonna have to retake the site with Alberta dropping the spike down, dropping the Viper's pit, and dropping a member of the Berkeley defense. They know where they're coming from, Speezy. They're coming from screens. There's not much of confusion, but now they're going to be looking to diversify. Send themselves to the top side. Look to take from heaven. Maybe drop down. But you have to get through the Viper's pit, and it's not going to be any easier if you're looking at it from above or below.
Save.
And as the clock ticks down, it's going to be a save coming through, especially with that operator. Oh, Blue Haze going to try and play hero, but no such luck to be found. Shimmy jumps up, catches him off guard. And Bufu, the lone member standing with the operator, is going to get one elimination for their trouble.
Oh, no. Oh!
A second!
Okay.
And they
we'll
get
take
out
that.
alive. They get out alive.
Yeah, that's the most important thing, right? I wonder if UC Berkeley, if they're going to buy up around this hero op in the hands of Bufu. And look at the money on Alberta already. Kenny, 6 rounds in. They just have a bolstering economy. 6,700, 68, 6850. I mean, the way they're playing right now, they look like they are unstoppable. It's just too clean.
Yeah, it really is, and it's really exciting to watch how they handle these rounds. It's almost like they play the guerrilla warfare, where they take down a member, and then once they have that advantage, then they let it set in. Then they let UC Berkeley have to worry about dealing with 5 members against the 4 of them, and really having their pick of the litter with how they attack. Because, they're, like we said, they're 5-0. They're looking at the 6-0 down the barrel of possibly this B site. And only Troy is here to help. And that's going to be nullified with the Sage Wall. It's going to be a quick spike plant, but how can Troy facilitate a comeback? How can Troy be the catalyst on this site to help UC Berkeley retake the spike at step planted?
Yeah, and I think by just staying alive, right, Troy is still doing a great deal of help to his team, not allowing anyone not allowing anyone to just free farm their body. As Squeeze finds one, Shimmy gets another, and Russell keeps the, Alberta still has the advantage, 3v2. Jello's still alive, and Jello's gonna take down one. Russell up a hill, got nothing. As Alberta goes 6 clear. Beanies, you gotta call a timeout at some point, right? Tack, pause, technical something, spill some water on your keyboard. I mean, you got 2 players looking like it's Dunkin' Donuts down at the bottom there. It's just, you can't win them all, but you got to get one, right? If Berkeley can get this first one on the board, take a little bit of pressure off themselves. It's not like they're doing anything wrong per se, right? Usually you can point out, okay, well, they're not winning. They're not using their utility, or they're not communicating as a team. No, they're doing okay.
I can tell you that they're getting picked. They're dying too early consistently. They're losing these gun trades that give them a disadvantage, and we're seeing that Alberta is actually just blowing that wide open time and time again with playing the long game. It's beautiful to watch. They're given an inch and they take a mile.
Yeah, and look at the space. Look at the respect that University of Alberta has already commanded.
Oh.
They're just able to walk up middle. No more Sage Wall.
Oh my
Witter
God.
Gets one. Okay. Just shoots the enemy Reyna Russell in the back. That's a free sight. Spike will go down on B and let this retake commence. UC Berkeley does have some, they do have some ultimates to work with, as they have used the Neural Theft and the Blade Storm, so a lot invested here for Berkeley. They have to get this round, or else this will all be for nothing. Especially to go 7 down. That's just, how do you come back from this, Beanies?
Blocking sight.
Well, it starts right here, and this is the best chance they've had so far, honestly. They got even odds. They're going for this retake. They're going to get an advantage here with Squeeze taking down Jello. And look at where the defense is, or excuse me, the offense is holding from. They have the crossfire. One member's going to be sniffed out back here. The remaining member, Sabs, is going to be on the garage hold, and they have to go for the lineup. They have to go for the snake bite. That's going to be one. The snake bite goes down. Is it enough to stop the defuse? No, the snake bite doesn't cover the spike. And Berkeley get themselves on the board.
They certainly do, Beanies, and that's, again, took them a while, but hey, they got there finally, and no 7-0. You could beat us 6 rounds in a row, but no one beats UC Berkeley 7 rounds in a row. I have to say. Take a look at this replay here. This was a huge two-piece from Squeeze and a beautiful flick from Bufu with those daggers of the Blade Storm. So very well done, and hopefully this allows UC Berkeley to settle in a bit more. Taking a look at the minimap now, Bufu invested in the operators. That's a no light shields. This could go poorly. Finds a tag, just legs it, but takes down Shimmy. That's a spike. Oh, but gets pushed off the angle by the Astra Nebula. Not able to hold that down. Just trying to bait out a shot now from anybody is Witter as they've retrieved the spike. Do UC Berkeley know the spike's been retrieved? I'm going to assume yes.
And now look at where the Viper is for Alberta. You can see on your mini-map, folks, Viper's snuck behind enemy lines now in an interesting spot. Beautiful shot here by our observer. And this could be a key part of Alberta keeping themselves in the lead. They're down in number. We haven't seen them deal with the disadvantage in numbers very often so far in the series. But now they're going to be joining up here in the middle, and Russell's going to be the only one to meet them. Could be a rude awakening. Russell finds one. Russell looks for the second, not going to find it. Sab's going to take him down, trading out. The raise is going to be big right there. You don't want to go down more than 2.
Bufu was spotted by Jello, but it doesn't even matter. Tried to get that gravity well out there, but no good. Blue Haze gets 2 and gets Berkeley their second round. Beanies, that was a crucial position from Sabs, but unable to really make that count. Like you highlighted, getting their way into ropes and just not really able to do anything from that position, unfortunately.
It wasn't able to find much value, because of how we saw the movement. If we did see maybe a member of the defense walk into ropes, things would have gone a little differently possibly, but the fortunate ones ever so are going to make sure that they get that round win. Fortunate ones referring to Berkeley. And we have a pause coming in. 3 minutes on the clock. Give or take. And then I'm not sure who this is coming in for. But after those 2 back-to-back rounds, it's hard to say it's not for UC Berkeley, who might be finding their footing here. And they're looking for I'm sorry. Who's it from? Oh, okay. It was actually coming from the Alberta side. Look at that. YEG Nick. He's going to message us the proper way to say YEG or YEG.
No, it was sent to us. It is YEG. That is the Edmonton Airport code, believe it or not.
Ooh.
So, speaking
the
of
Edmonton Airport code.
Yeah,
look at that.
Edmonton's
creative. I like it.
Pretty far away from UC Berkeley and from the Valorant servers, so that may be why we're seeing this pause. We're taking a look at the scoreboard here. YEG Nick's ping is 212, which if you can play through that, you might be the best player in the world.
You just cast his ping down. Oh my god.
In the words of my good buddy Jonah, aka best student, I am assembled alternatively. I can do those kinds of things. Just thought I'd like to, get this game back underway. We don't say built different anymore. We say assembled alternatively. It's the new meta.
Is it really? Aren't you a boomer at this point in your life?
Whoa, first of all, don't disrespect me. 95, baby. We're the same age, aren't we?
No, I'm 96. Don't group me up with the old people.
Okay, well, your name still says you're a boomer, so that's why you play Final Fantasy. I can't hang with these reactions that you have of the Valorant kids.
I'll have you know that I am a rigorously training competitor in FPS. Okay, my skills are The best.
Declining? We know.
Best.
You played
The
tanks in
best.
Overwatch. I don't want to hear it.
That is aim. That is aim encompassed, okay? I won't take this slander. I won't take this slander.
I bet you played Brigitte too, didn't you? You were just shield bashing people as soon as she came out. You lived in the ghost.
Actually, I
meta.
didn't.
I
was
guarantee
garbage.
it. Really?
I played her too much like Reinhardt, yeah.
That actually makes fun.
Oh,
Fun
wow.
fact: my highest ranking in Overwatch, gold. I think I actually was a Reinhardt one trick that season.
It's okay. We know your Valorant rank was what? Plat? I think you hit Plat.
I hit plat once, then I decayed.
Yeah,
and
there
didn't
you
play
go.
ever again. Jonah taught me.
Well, fortunately
Thanks,
for these souls, they're gonna be starting to play in what? 5 seconds? 2 seconds? 1 second? Boom! There we go. Oh my God, we're starting off with a bang. It's gonna be Whiter just jumping right into the face of the defense, but unfortunately nobody was home. Ooh, but look at where Rust is. The trigger finger holding it, only gets one, can't find more. Opportunity presented itself, but Jello sniffed it out. And look at that, the Cosmic Divide is gonna come out, and the Spike Plant's gonna come down. Big moves from the Alberta squad coming out the pause.
And Beanies remind me that if Berkeley don't win this round, I definitely have to highlight the choice from Russell there. That's the second time we've seen them get the frag and not dismiss away when the enemy team is staring right at them. That could have been a huge one. Just get themselves back to screens as Bufu takes down Jello, and Blue Haze says, Speezy, stop talking about my teammate. I got his back. As they find the last player, Troy, with their first frag of the game, going to shut it down. Do they know where the spike is? Yes, thankfully they do. And spike is going to get defused quick and easy. Berkeley starting to find their footing again. Look at even the Penguin's shocked at that.
What do you mean? The Penguin, it's shocked that it took them this long to find the footing, okay? This is the Berkeley we knew was coming out this whole time.
Hey, I at least said 2-1, and Alberta's putting up a fight.
They are putting up a heck of a fight. I mean, this is the first time we're really seeing them with their backs against the wall in this series. So it's going to be nice to see how they respond with these Sheriff buys that are coming through. Ooh. Of course, a Judge coming out on the Rays, which could be a big difference maker.
Get out of my way.
But now they're going up against the likes of an Operator with pistols, shotguns, and this Bladestorm in tow. And I think this is going to be the best option available to him to deal with the Operator, to deal with the defense as a whole. When nobody gets touched by the gravity well, Squeeze just dodging it. A beautiful elimination onto the most crucial member, you might argue, with what she had available to her. Oh, timing was not there, Speezy. They just missed the check mark. But now it's going to be a better timing for them. But Squeeze going to get the window of opportunity and seize it. Oh, the right click for one. Looking for the montage clip. Couldn't find another. And now Alberta are stopping the bleeding. They're going to hold it off. This rocket is going to be just a zoning ultimate, but it might find something on the tail end. No, not going to come out. Holds it. And this is a game of patience, Speezy. This is Berkeley and Alberta just testing each other. The trigger fingers. Oh, it's a 1-for-1. It's all left up to Jello against the side of Russell. And it's going to be Russell, and you see Berkeley taking the nail-biter of a round as the defuse is going to get off in the nick of time.
All Russell had to do was everything in that round. I mean, found that first frag in the 2v2, and then just barely gets the second one in time. I mean, that's just crucial. I want to talk about that classic right click, though. Who was that? Was that Squeeze? If I'm not mistaken? Yeah, I think it was.
It was Squeeze.
Look at this. Shuts down Shimmy's Bladestorm, finds the pick onto Nick, and then just says, you know what? Leroy Squeezekins, and takes him down for the 3K. Squeeze just holding that sight down for UC Berkeley, making it look so easy. You remember Webkins?
I love the reference.
That's what that just made me think of.
Never had one.
Really?
No, didn't have one.
Speaking of shocks, try taking
nice little
Bufu
elimination there. Look at that. Bufu grabbing one off the dome. Gonna open up a big opportunity for the UC Berkeley defense here as they're fighting back tooth and nail. They were down 6-0 at one point, and here we are 4-6. Eyes on the prize, trying to make it 5-6 as UC Berkeley runs into Jello. And then YEG gonna get a res. Ooh, this is Alberta swinging it back into their favor. The pendulum constantly moving.
3v3 now, though, Beanies. Russell holding it down here on this A site as the spike makes its way back. Gets one, and that's the dismiss. They do have Empress as well. Wouldn't be shocked to see them pop this. Oh, just as I say that, though, Troy makes their way in a dink right onto Nick. Nick, you have some heals. Hope that's up in time, and it looks like it is. Going to get to about 55 HP.
30 seconds left.
Oh, a little bit more. I was close. As they try to make their way onto site. Nick with a huge shot. Are they going to check back site? No, they're not. And Russell gets the easy 2. Make it a 4K on the round. Russell just proving that they are built different in Beanies. We have to talk about this team comp from the University of Alberta. While it started off super hot, like you said, racking off 6 rounds in a row, it's difficult. They don't have any flashes. There's no way really for them to get on site other than these Astra smokes. And
it's very true. They're really relying on getting these opening picks and having the Viper basically escort them to safe points, or at least provide them the mind games that they would need to do so. And when they don't have that, again, it depends a lot on Whiter. It depends a lot on Shimmy. It depends a lot on these other individuals who need to secure some outplays, some, I guess, opening eliminations. And Whiter's going to do just that. Squeeze going to be falling down. Early on, losing the Cypher is never a good sign here. The Cosmic Divide is going to make this an incredibly scary peak here for anyone. And that's going to be 1 found, 2 found. That was Russell in the Empress. That's a huge takedown right there, eliminating the chance of the ultimate on this to come back. Angelo's going to be finding one. Troy responds. The lone member of the defense here trying to get UC Berkeley a tie going into halftime. Oh, gonna find Jello. That's big. That's huge. That gives away their position, though. Troy needs to get onto site, and they don't have much time to do it. YEG spawned it off. Troy gets 1. 8 HP in a dream. Needs to get this down. Needs to get the defuse. Needs to find the Sage, but it's not gonna happen. The offense stops the bleeding and gets themselves their 7th round going into halftime.
And Beanies, I have to say, great response from UC Berkeley as they didn't let that snowball get too far out of control. I mean, 7-5, not a bad half by any means, right? This map is usually seen as defensive-sided, but hey, you win the pistol, you're right back in this thing. It's 6-7, anybody's ball game still, but credit to Alberta. Let's see if they've got something cooked up for this defensive side as, again, their team comp isn't really designed to be an attack-minded team comp, right? Like we said, no flashes, no real recon that you would see in like a recon bolt on the Sova or the Trailblazer.
They're also sitting without a Sentinel, though. That's the thing. I mean, I should say they have the Sage, but they don't have your traditional reconnaissance Sentinel, like a Killjoy, like a Cypher, which provides a lot of peace of mind and a lot of flexibility with how you hold sites. So it's going to be a tough task to work around not having those for this defense, but it's not impossible to say the least.
Shoulder gets spotted. Bufu knows there's one there. Oh, and Blue Haze just stealing Bufu's kill. Are they going to check this corner? Yes, they are. What a flick was that? Oh, my Jello. Okay, go nuts, young one. As we still are in a 3v3. YEG Nick, how's your timing? Misses both. Gets one, though, in Blue Haze. Reyna dropped down on the site. 2v2. Oh, it's that Zed scan. It's no good as Russell takes down Nick, and it's Sabs with it all to do here. Gonna shoot down that trap wire. Lets the enemy team know where he is. How's your shot? No good. Sabs still in this 1v2. Gonna use the Poison Cloud, try and reposition. And it looks like Squeeze has a camera in the corner. That gets shot down. Will they re-peek that same angle? Looks like Squeeze is ready. Aim. Great shots from Squeeze in the crosshair placement. Just beautiful from Squeeze on that shot.
Yeah, as you said, beautiful crosshair placement. They just essentially walked right into Squeeze's line of sight. It was just hit that left click button once, twice, make it nice. And now, as you said, UC Berkeley was a pistol round away from getting back in this game, and now they're going to be looking at a bonus round after that nice win. And if this goes their way, we got a tie game here. And look at that spread of the rounds here, folks. The 6 rounds that we saw University of Alberta take to start this game are slipping away through their fingers. And now they only have 1 round lead ahead of Berkeley.
Oh, and there goes that Leah Reyna trying to take as much site control as she can as Bufu is already up into heaven. Here. Oh, Shimmy, you could be in a world of hurt if Bufu turns around on the other side of this cloud. Oh, gonna just peek their way on the balcony, try and make life a living heck for the enemy team. Blue Haze takes down one. Shimmy's trying to take down Blue Haze so they can't play these mollies. Tailwind's out of there, but Shimmy takes down Blue Haze, gonna retrieve that Spectre, and that's gonna give Alberta a bit of a lifeline with that Spectre. It's something that UC Berkeley will probably not be anticipating. Check your corners, Jet v Jet. Bufu wins that battle. Sabs, though, able to take down one. Sabs not able to take down another as Troy and Squeeze say we've got their backs. 7-7. Let's go to heaven as we have ourselves a game, folks.
That crossfire was beautiful, honestly. Really great job there by the defense, or excuse me, the offense of UC Berkeley as they were holding defense on the site. Look at this, Bufu taking down one, and just look at the coverage that Bufu gets right here. Protection to its fullest. Easy peasy, and that's going to be nicely done there by the UC Berkeley squad, getting themselves a tie game here, folks. Incredible to see this UC Berkeley comeback right now. Again, down 6 rounds to the side of Alberta. We now have ourselves a 7-on-7 scoreline. Speezy sees the wall go up in mid. He hates to see it, but Shimmy loves it. Climbs on top, benefits from it. And that's huge as Alberta are trying to swing momentum back into their favor.
I mean, every time I see this wall, I just get so disgusted and upset. It's like the lazy man's way out, right? Like, let's just fight for mid control just once. Granted, I have no issues with the Viper wall because, you know, I'm a Viper main. But you still have to fight for it. You can't just
acknowledge his bias. What a man.
Oh, absolutely. What a man, what a man. No DMCA strikes here. But with that Viper wall, you at least still have to fight through it, right? Like, a team could willingly walk through that. Granted, albeit they'll be at a disadvantage. But they can certainly do it as Jello takes down Squeeze there. But with the Sage wall, it's just like, I know. I feel like a team is acknowledging that their gun skill, it's not there unless there's an operator, right? We saw Bufu fight for that middle in the last half, and we saw how well that went for them. But again, I would like to see more teams try and fight for this last-ditch effort. If you miss a couple of shots, sure, then throw down the Sage wall. But like, let's have a fight. Let's put the dukes up, put the guns up, and show off some aim. That's why I'm still, you know, that's why we cast beanies, right? Those who can't play cast, and those who can't cast coach.
Yeah, that's how it goes. I think that's
I'm almost positive.
Yeah, we'll go with that. We'll let it slide. Oh my God, they heard you, Speezy, and they're just doing this to act against you. But it's gonna disintegrate almost instantly. The wall gets shot out. No presence to be found from Berkeley in this mid area because they spread out. They've recon. They're gaining information right now. They're scaring. They're getting in the heads of Alberta. Scaring might be a strong word.
Beanies,
but they're getting in the heads of Alberta.
I'm sorry. I have to keep talking about this daggone wall. 400 credits now to the middle.
Oh, my Lord.
Throw on top of that a slow orb because they destroyed your 400 credit wall because you just didn't want to fight for it. Now you're out 600 credits for nothing. Nothing. Granted, you stalled some time off the clock. Great. Good for you. 600 credits to do that? I'd much rather see you, actually get some information than just throw it out there. Rant over. I'm done. As Squeeze gets tagged through some spray.
Days, my Lord.
Hey, there's a reason we cast, and I've watched enough Valorant to formulate these opinions. But
speaking of Valorant, we'll watch. Look at how fast they're going onto Site A. It's literally just a button of nitrous. They just hit and they just zoom. That's it. A site taken over. But Alberta choosing to give it up and go for the retake. Something that is not an easy decision to make, but look at how it's paying dividends here. You give up the site easily and you take these positions for when the spike gets planted. And look at this. Alberta. Impeccable work right here. Picking up 4. A flawless retake right there, folks. Put that in VOD review, honestly. You love to see it. The coordination, the confidence, the teamwork, all of it on display right there as Alberta gets a flawless defense here.
Beanies, it's no surprise to me that as soon as Troy, or excuse me, not Troy, Sabas starts to play extremely well, getting these assists and just making the map a nightmare for UC Berkeley to run around, that University of Alberta start to, rack some round wins together, right? The Viper wall that we've seen time and time again, it's decaying opponents. 9 and 12, when you look at that normally, you're like, oh, okay, that's, not having a great game, not having a bad game. But with 9 assists, oh, Viper's job, well done. I'll take that any day of the week.
I mean, your responsibility is staying alive so you can have smokes up all the time. And if you're staying alive, you're doing a good job, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, and as we see on the minimap, the slow default from Berkeley, just looking to feel someone out. Excuse me? 1 HP on Blue Haze, half a pixel maybe? As Shimmy just zip lines up there, that's going to be heard by the UC Berkeley squad. Jello's going to open us up, finishing that frag onto Blue Haze, and Beans, you take over. I can't cast this wall anymore, man. I really can't.
It hurts your soul, unfortunately, but I'll try and pick up the pieces and help you carry on, my friend. It's University of Alberta having quite an advantage in this round. As you can see, the guns are not quite the best for Berkeley. They do commit Bufu's Blade Storm, and that's going to be met with a gravity well and quite a few bullets to the head. And Berkeley at this point is just looking to salvage any kind of eliminations they can from this round with 2 members standing here. They are going to find 1, and that does lead to a Vandal. Jimmy's going to be taking down Russ. A little bit of the stutter step, dodging out on the bullets there. And here, Troy.
Did Shimmy just hit a Hezi in Valorant? Like, Tailwinds, I've never seen it. I don't think they intentionally tailwinded into the wall, but we'll call it that because that was clean.
Oh, the ace. A team ace. A rare sight to see, but when it hits, it's always nice to look at. That's teamwork at its finest, my friends. Everybody contributes, everybody eats, and as you see the replay here, Shimmy going for that 1-2 stutter step. Gonna secure the kill. Get double digits on the board for Alberta as well. And as we look here on round 18, Alberta's looking to keep the momentum in their favor, but the purchases from Berkeley are massive. Massive purchases. So it's gonna be an interesting usage of the opera. Nope, never mind. It was just a pre-round op. No op to finish out the round here. And Shimmy gonna give away their location, missed the shot, maybe had a chance at finding that jet, just missed out on it. And that gives the green light to Berkeley to make their way into their next objective. Just taking heaven. Oh, but Jello's got other plans for that, gonna be dropping Bufu.
That's
and the jet from the offense is gonna be eliminated, leaving them with just 4 members on the offense.
Was that the op or the Blade Storm, if I'm not mistaken?
There was no op. The offense didn't have an op.
Yeah, they had Blade. No, yeah, they had Blade Storm. It looked like. Maybe I'm just making it up. Oh, Beanies, it's late night here on the East Coast. Starting to lose it. But you know who's not losing it? University of Alberta. They are holding on tight. They are, again, just playing extremely well, playing off of each other, and Shimmy doesn't even take a shot there, as that's the op that's finally fallen. Jello gonna get one back. Jello and YEG Nick able to answer back. The op's gonna get resurrected. YEG Nick's feeling themselves. They're gonna peek that, win the fight against Russell. Shimmy's gonna shut it down on the Blue Haze. It's a dirty flawless, but a flawless nonetheless. We'll take those.
That was dirty, my friend. UC Berkeley coming up just short there by, what, 3 hairs? 4 hairs? That's how many agents were left alive. I mean, Alberta's just putting some real pressure here on this offense as the Berkeley squad is trying their hand at what looks like B site here, a concerted attack? I feel like that's the word I'm looking for. Maybe it's not. It feels like it's on the tip of my tongue now. It's like concentrated, but like more SAT worthy. Shimmy does drop Russ. We'll go hit the books and come back to you guys with that one. Bufu is going to actually respond there. So that's a big opportunity for the Berkeley squad, but look at Alberta's response. Alberta does not waste any time. YEG, why they're going to be getting frags. The Roomba even joins in on the fun. And out of nowhere, a promising offense gets stomped out by the University of Alberta defense.
The amount that Berkeley just invested into that round is just unfortunate for the way it came out. I mean, Blue Haze barely got any usage of that Viper's Pit. As soon as it was popped, so was his head. Alberta looks to be in complete control of this, and Beanies, I said 2-1. I didn't say which map Alberta was going to win, but so far, ooh, this is going to be a tough one from UC Berkeley to come back on.
Yeah, but hey, they came back 6 or 5 rounds in a row. So to think they can't do it again, I would not do so. But Berkeley is going to have a tall task ahead of them to do just that. The guns are not in their favor. As you can see, a Spectre is all Bufu has. Jello picking up an elimination right there. Shooting out Blue Haze, a big one to be found. And through all the chaos, it's going to be Berkeley getting the spike down onto site. Now it's going to be left up to them to try and handle the retake that's coming in. The headshot is a massive one. Even if it doesn't find the elimination, it's going to be lowering them just enough. And look at this. Look at the slaughter. It's one after another. And with only one left standing, University of Alberta take a game 1 off UC Berkeley. Pretty convincing fashion, folks. 13-7.
Yeah, Beanies, I mean, I'm not going to say I'm shocked, but I'm shocked in the fashion at which Alberta just took that map, right? I mean, they looked so clean, so dominant. Sure, they had that, 5-round hiccup, but other than that, I mean, they were clicking heads, they were trading, they just looked so good as a team. As we see here, the scoreboard, Jello with that Astra pick, making it pay off, 22-10 with 9 assists. I mean, it's just, that was clinical. Sabs, again, another player I'd love to highlight, 13 kills, 10 assists, doing it all for the teammates. And Shimmy and Witter, they're going to do the same thing. They're going to go out, they're going to get frags. Shimmy has 4 first bloods. We take those any day of the week, folks. I mean, Alberta's.
I think a big thing I also want to point out is the effectiveness of YEG on this Sage. And you can tell, I mean, the assists, they are there. 8 assists. There's nothing crazy to write home about. But the death total, 7 deaths in a 20-round game. That is immaculate. You could argue, I wouldn't say this is true, but you could argue those 7 deaths only came in the rounds that they lost. So YEG, I mean, putting up a stellar performance on a Sentinel, showing exactly how you're supposed to be playing this Sage and just how much value you can provide your team. And I'm excited to see how Alberta comes out firing in the second game, Speezy. But Berkeley, they got to get themselves back into this, and they got to figure it out as we go to game number 2 after a short break.
Incredible achievement to kind of put on the resume builder, right? And kind of get recognized and noticed.
Exactly. Like, it's not, it's not, obviously it's super fun.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's racing the trophies. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing, they can report what their sleep is like, and report nutrition. It gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse.
But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
How has Fit Gamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly, the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that actually have the stamina and still have a sharp mind for that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing, we now, when we get to these Game 5 situations,
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the broadcast. Beanies and Speezies here, and we just finished watching University of Alberta take a nice Game 1 win over UCal Berkeley by a score of, I believe it was, 13-7, 13-8, if that. And I will say, the first 6 rounds of that game was a very different story from the rest of it. And if we take those first 6 rounds in of itself, that was just Alberta dominating Berkeley. And we did see Berkeley fight back, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, and it kind of gets me a little bit nervous too, Beanies. Looking at map number 2, UA is on the attack again first. If their attack is as clean on Icebox as it was on Split, I mean, UC Berkeley, they've got a couple of questions to answer, that's for sure. But hey, they responded well. I'm glad they didn't give in to, the snowball. We could have very easily seen a 10-11-1 half with the way that University of Alberta were playing, but they didn't give in. They fought back, and at the end of the day, they made it a respectable scoreline at 11-7. So now we move on to their map choice. We talked about it just ever so slightly during the break. Blue Haze is going to hover it here again. I'm curious to see if we get a Yoru or a Flash, maybe a Phoenix on this map. Icebox is one where I think Yoru has a bit of potential. Sure, he still needs some he still needs some buffs, but with that long-range flashbang, with the teleports, I think give it in the right hands, Yoru can be a huge pickup. Squeeze, don't do this to me because KO, we haven't seen it. We talked about it last matchup between...
yeah, it's not happening.
I know. Beanies, let me just get my hopes up.
It's not. Don't even get yourself hyped up until it's locked in. We have so much more we could talk about. We have Arena coming in now for Whiter. We didn't see Arena for Alberta last game. Whiter was not running that. Whiter was on the Rays. So going to have a different kind of role here on the same agent type. Let me rephrase that. Have a different type of responsibility on the same role. There we go. As a duelist. And as you see, Speezy, it's not going to end up being that KO, unfortunately. I'm wagering that Blue Haze is going to swap off that Yoru. And we're going to end up having almost mirrored teams. The only difference really laying in that Sage pick, which Nick is bringing back. And I am a big fan of this pick as well, just because of the performance we saw Nick have in that first game and how reliable they can really be with keeping themselves alive and understanding the role of a Sage. That Battle Sage is fun, Battle Sage is great, but if you're playing with 4 other people on your team, you need to keep yourself alive, you need to provide that utility, you need to provide the post-plant utility on offense. You need to make sure you can help your team secure these rounds.
Yeah, and if YG Nick can stay alive on that Sage, provide the heals too. That's another big one, right? Allow players like Shimmy and like Whiter to just take some aggressive fights and get out of there. They can get healed back up. Oh boy, Berkeley is going to be in some trouble. But yeah, pretty standard stuff here. Curious, I would love to hear their thoughts on why they're opting for, maybe a Sova over a Sky. I think Sky can do a bit more in this matchup, especially when it comes to, flashing some of these tighter corridors, especially like kitchen, getting into tube, or even just protecting this A site. Sure, the recon dart is great, but on this A site, there's so many places that you can hide and so many corners that you can tuck yourself into. Let's see if Sabs proves me wrong. Got a nice little lineup. That's immediately shot down. Ooh, zip line quickly across, and YEG Nick's going to call that one up as Whiter strikes first blood.
That was so impressive by Nick, just the fact that they knew either someone would be up there, or they were just going with the intent to react and jump off instantly, not even taking the trade. So very, very good scouting job. And actually Berkeley is going to find themselves again at a deficit. And Speezy, when we saw Berkeley going down early a lot, that was really the root of their problems in that 0-6 run. Time and time again in that 0-6 run at the Star Split, Alberta found an opening pick, such as they did here. Then they pulled back, started taking their time, and letting the round really develop naturally as the defense chooses to move around, make moves, try and respond or predict. And now look at this. They take 2 off the back of an incredible individual play here by Whiter. And that's going to be a free plant 5v2. Berkeley has very small odds of taking this, but it's not a 0. Not a 0% chance.
Yeah, it's not 0, and Blue Haze's HP is not 0 just yet, but one fell gust of wind will certainly take them out. And Troy, 15 HP. Can they get it done? Troy's going to get shut down. Blue Haze going to get shut down. I have to give credit to Whiter on that play. As soon as Reyna gets the overheal, I mean, that's every team's pistol nightmare. It's dealing with a whole character with full armor base, essentially. So Whiter able to get 3 kills and really secure that round for their team. Did a ton of damage onto Blue Haze as well at the end there. So Whiter, take a bow. That round was all yours. And Alberta, again, off to a quick start. Beanies, they're fully investing into this bonus round. And Berkeley's kind of going to not put up much of a fight here, as the only player to invest anything other than Util are going to be Blue Haze and Russell with a pair of ghosts.
Oh, and I love how Alberta's also approaching this round. They're not going to be playing around. I hope that they choose to make this a quick plant and go. Oh, but I say that, and Berkeley has other plans in mind. Look at how they're handling this. Jello knows, but what's Jello going to do? Jello's stuck between a rock and a hard place. They have a gun, they have the bullets, but can they get the kills? It's going to be 2 coming out for both sides, and that's all in favor of Berkeley. When you see these even trades, Speezy, you know it's in favor of the squad that started out with the worst guns. But they're not looking too good. Their position is known. Their position is vulnerable. And Alberta makes quick work of these flankers and get their second round.
Yeah, and again, the player you want to talk about on that one is Jello. Their teammate Sabs was in the recon drone. As you can see on the minimap, kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. And Jello plays bodyguard, gets the frag, and keeps Sabs alive. So well done to Jello there, making the team just making it a little bit easier to be on this team if you're at Alberta. But this is the first real gun round. If Alberta can win this and get free weapon upgrades, Berkeley, we could see them go down another 6 rounds quickly.
Ooh, nice little recon dart coming out there. I love when our observers follow that. Shout out to Juke.
Big shout out to
Popping
Spook.
off.
It is his Halloween. It is the Halloween season, so a little rename, and look at the position already. I mean, Berkeley did not fight for mid control. This is going to be the first fight we see, and Sabs gets immediately traded. Bufu making some loud footsteps. Witter's going to take that one down in Blue Haze. 1v4. This is going to be 3-0 for Alberta. Free weapons all around. Beanies, realistically, 5-0. Certainly in the cards.
It is, but we shouldn't count our eggs before they hatch, because I have done that far too many times, and let me tell you, a thrifty is very much a possibility. When you take into account that these sheriffs are coming through, the marshals coming through, these one-hit, one-kill opportunities are really what the thrifty is going to be built on. And 80% of the time, 90% of the time, you're not going to be able to get much out of a thrifty round. But that 10%, that 20%, you can make it happen. And it starts with a sheriff headshot, with a marshal headshot, with just a little bit of outsmarting your opponent. But there's not much to outsmart if Alberta just takes control of B site and forces your hand. And this is why people take Sage on Icebox. It's an interesting choice to forego the Sage here from Berkeley's side. But the Sage coming out of Alberta, paying itself forward. I say that, but the spike didn't get planted in time. Nick, though, gonna give their life? No, backing off. The hesitation from Alberta, Speezy. Their hand is being forced by Berkeley pretty well.
We could see a rotate here, and I would not be shocked. Both Viper walls are there. Oh, a Shimmy just almost gets tagged up. And look at the minimap. Sabs is waiting. Just waiting. There it is. Gonna get one. Does a tag onto another. Everybody on UC Berkeley, every single player is down to less than 50 HP. YAG Nick. Spike still not planted, though. With 30 seconds left, this is still a difficult one, as one player from UC Berkeley gonna start. I believe that's Troy, gonna start to rotate. The shock dart could get a kill. Yes, it will. Huge play from Sab, opening up the site just a bit more, and Russell gets two, brings this one back to even strength. The Empress
didn't get a gun though.
Online.
10
Oh,
seconds
Sabs,
left.
do they know where Troy is? Can't deny the spike plants. How's your timing? Oh, just gets one. Nick only has 64 HP. They have the weaponry. Does Troy check up high first? Yes, he does. Troy wins the battle. And some huge heroics from Troy and Russell in that round save it before University of Alberta is able to roll down the snowball even more. 3-1 in favor of Alberta.
And this is going to be a big part of Alberta's team, maintaining that even though they lost that round, they do have the guns available to them, they have the eco available to them, they have the funds to spend on this, and they just need to make sure they stabilize and keep themselves on the right foot. Berkeley, though, they have the operator on Bufu. Look at that, breaking the bank here to get the sniper in tow and to give them that one-shot, one-kill potential. Look at what Bufu's got in mind. Aww. Holy smokes, Bufu. Oh my lord, I got so scared on behalf of Bufu getting sniped out of that zip line without even touching the operator.
Yeah, that was an extremely bold one. Doesn't even matter as Bufu gets deleted by Shimmy with that Vandal. Great shot. And oh, there's a gap here in this one. Can Russell see around it? No, doesn't get anything done. Just, but spots Nick. Spots him crossing. Able to get Nick, but not before they're able to do a little bit more damage back on the Troy. 4v2, and we do have an Empress and a Bladestorm in the hands of UAlberta, while Berkeley only has the Empress. And in the hands of Russell, we saw it last round. They can certainly pull off some heroics.
The Viper lineup. You love to see the snake bites come out and do a little bit of damage.
Save.
And Blue Haze just gonna take a shot. Get the heck out of there. Alberta gonna have an opportunity to find it, and no, Blue Haze knew that they were chasing, knew that they were in pursuit, and it's not gonna get too big for their britches. Gonna give up the site, but keep the operator. And that's Alberta getting their 4th round.
And a smart save call from Berkeley, right? They last 2 rounds they just traded, so no one really has the loss bonus built up. You invested 4,700 credits in that operator, put it back in the hands of Bufu, see it, give them the mulligan, see if they can make this thing sing. And then if not, I mean, that's again, You got it for 2 rounds at least, right? It's not just the one and done. I doubt we'll see Bufu play as aggressive as that last round, just ziplining over. But they are going to stay on this A site, which is a bold call. I'd love to see them go kind of play that alley position on this B angle and see if anyone's going to peek that, as it looks like we have 3 members of University of Alberta down alley right now.
Look at where they're going. Look at the control they already have. There isn't much resistance for taking this site. But they hesitate. They think it's too easy. They think it's way too easy. And that's going to be 1. That's going to be 2. That's going to be 3. That's going to be 4. Try. How many more are going to hit the floor? It's so clean.
Troy goes massive. They got to give him the ace. Ace 2, right? Got to give it to him. As free weapons all around for the side of Berkeley. Anything you can do. Let's see if Whiter can do better. Gets 1. Gets the heal. They know where you are. Beanies, if the second one comes through, I would not be shocked to see the Empress. But Troy, the long-range Phantom, gonna turn them all into ghosts. That's an ace. That's a highlight for the montage. And I'm sure we will see that clip on Twitter within the hour.
Oh my God, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4. They just kept peeking one after another. And it was so tough for them to take that trade. It really felt like they were just hopping out of a clown car, one after another, after another, after another.
Yeah, and we highlighted last match, right? The teamwork of University of Alberta, but that time they all just kind of peaked one by one. It wasn't the teamwork that we come to expect.
To their teamwork. Get out of my way. They fall in line together, okay? That's a testament to how much of a unit they are.
Yeah, we'll go with that one. As Bufu gets the opener but gets traded back. Or excuse me, Shimmy gets one onto Russell. So both Reynas are dead. As I say that, the res comes through. So let's see if they can make this one count. Jello kind of want to lurk through middle here as we have the same situation. Blue Haze, though, only able to get 1, whereas Troy able to get all 5. Now it's a foot race. University of Alberta, can they win this one? This is going to be a resounding yes, unless something absolutely magical happens here. Squeeze, doesn't check, sees the spots the gun barrel, does Jello and takes him down in kitchen. 1 player left for UC Berkeley. Bufu, you have the op. You might want to call this one off and save the op, but that's a long time to try and hide.
Just missed Jello. Just missed Jello, but doesn't miss the shot. Spots them, takes them down, giving them a 3 versus 1 here, them being Berkeley. And take a look at the movement of Bufu. It's going to be just passing along Whiter, who might not even see them because of the levels difference between the two. But they're right on top of one another.
Oh, and running.
Whiter
he's running.
He
heard the footsteps.
Out. He's going. He doesn't know. Whiter doesn't know. Bufu has a free shot. Bufu takes the shot as Whiter turns around. And that's just going to be icing on the cake there.
Oh!
UC Berkeley. Oh my God, that's massive. That's massive. Nick takes the operator out of UC Berkeley's hands at the last second.
Word.exe question mark? Is that Forsaken in the server? What a huge brain play from Nick. Says, you know what? We ain't got nothing else to lose. Spray down the wall, see what happens. And like you said, Beanie's taking the op out of Bufu hands. Look at the buy that they've got right now. They're going to play around this Blade Storm. They have to. 5 ultimates for UC Berkeley. They have to win this round.
I have the spike. Boys and more admitting.
And a quick execute going to be coming through mid here. Not much of a chance to return fire. Troy can't even see their opponents between the smokes. Now the Viper's pit. And Shimmy getting a little too high. And look at this, the interesting placement. They're doing the same strat, but in a different location. Just putting the wall down to block it off. Bufu, a questionable choice right there. Going to be taken down immediately, losing the Blade Storm. And Shimmy going to be getting elimination as well. Leaving 2 members up on the board here for UC Berkeley. These 2 members
1 enemy remaining
are going to be having a hard task with Whiter taking down the Reyna and Squeeze. The only member left standing is just going to be feasted on by the Empress herself. And that's 6-2, Alberta.
Beanies, That was a huge brain strat from Alberta. They went deep in the playbook for that one. They walled off B site, but not the traditional wall that gives you a safe plant. They cut through middle, almost by jump up into kitchen and walled that off. That's a great play. And the only thing they really invested in that was the Viper's Pit from Jello. So well done on that play, University of Alberta. Show off the strat book, trying to give a little bit of something as Bufu does get a tag just barely onto Shimmy, not able to finish that one off. And again, UC Berkeley, they still have 4 ultimates. I wouldn't be shocked if we see the Sova play off-site and just kind of wait for that spike to be planted before we hear Hunter's Fury, but it looks like University of Alberta are going to try a bit of a fake again. Look at the space that has already been taken on that A site. Russell's just got acres, or excuse me, Whiter's got acres over there. This should be a free plant.
You hear the footsteps. Yeah, that's a free plant. Nobody near. That's free real estate at its finest. It's like the 2007 housing market. And look at that. It's going to be 1-2 members taken down at the drop of a spike. Alberta is going to be in the lead, but Berkeley strikes back. A nice shot from Bufu with the Marshall of all weapons. But Jello.
Trigger discipline.
3 members just waiting. 1, 2, 3. The trigger finger was beautiful. And Jello takes them all down. 1, 2, 3. Jello, give us that replay, please. Give us that replay. Give us that replay.
Can't tell if that's Jello or Zipnix the way they just held the trigger discipline, even gave us the little piece of cake spray at the end. Huge plays from everybody on the side of University of Alberta. I mean, they are working the map so perfectly right now, selling that fake towards B while Whiter gets information on A site, calls it clear, and calls for the rotate. They're just dragging Berkeley around this map like a dead body all over the place.
Get that nice bit of movement, just gets out of the sight line of the recon dart. And then early Viper's Pit. Look at how this is just preventative at this point. They know there's a large investment here. And look at the jet in the back of the map, folks. Look at the jet in the spawn of Alberta. It's going to be hard for them to rotate. It's going to be hard for them to pull these tricks if Jet's going to be lying in wait, watching and waiting. But Bufu might be running into 2 members of the offense in just a moment.
The adaptation is there from Berkeley, but can they make it count? That's a huge frag from Bufu as that kind of pins in the University of Alberta, but they're trying to fight their way forward. Beanie's Bufu did their job. They're trying to regather with their team and play retake on this A site. But as we say that, they invest in the ultimate orb. Whiter comes back up and Squeeze. They have the Hunter's Fury. Interesting to see it not popped if their teammate's there for cover, but Squeeze opting to try and go this one the old-fashioned way. They do have the recon drone. Bufu gets one.
Oh, that's nice.
That's a big play, big opening from Bufu. They know where both Bufu and Squeeze are now as that Cloudburst's going to block some space off. Bufu's going to start to push it as well as Shimmy says, hey, I can Cloudburst too. Oh, Shimmy not... Whoa, Shimmy gets the frag onto Squeeze and Bufu. You can't save this round. Let's see what you got. Tailwind's out. Maybe they are going to try and save. Oh, the hunt. Yeah, Shimmy wants this one. How's your timing? Running gun. Oh, Bufu lines them both up. Gets a 4K. You ever see somebody get an ace and lose the round? Me neither. Was real close on that one. It's Alberta 8-2. Beanies, they are putting on a show right now and making a statement.
Yeah, they honestly are. It's so impressive to see the spread of carrying this load here. You mentioned that it's really not just a one-man band. It's reliant on everybody stepping up, and everybody's pulling out big plays here. You look at Shimmy, you look at Whiter, they may be lining up the kill feed, and that's exactly what they're supposed to be doing in these roles, but we can't talk enough about the support that they're getting from Jello and Nick. Jello is especially playing incredibly well on this Viper, doing so well at making sure they're manipulating the information that Berkeley gathers and that Alberta gives away. And look at that. Bufu gets a little too big for their britches. Going to be falling after trading out one. The Blade Storm is thrown down. Blue Haze with just a classic here, Speezy. Not looking good. Not looking good.
Look at Jello on the mini-map. The Viper from University of Alberta. That's the frag. Now they're going to be worried about that, but Squeeze gets the kill. All right, so Squeeze kind of pins. Yes, going to pin University of Alberta in just a bit more before trying to regather with their team. Shimmy going to take down Blue Haze and yeah, it's going to take a miracle with this Marshall. 9-2. Will we see a 10-2 half? There's no way. Surely not.
Round before the switch.
I mean, it's not looking very promising, but we have the silver lining in this, and that's look at the funds that Berkeley has saved themselves. They're going to be pulling out some interesting strategies. Maybe they went to the school of Beanies and Speezy. And,
no, we would go double glass cannon ops. There would be no armor, no abilities.
no armor, operator, sheriff.
Back in our day when the op was 4,500 credits. Remember those days? Bufu gonna ego peek down middle and get blasted by Shimmy. That's 4,700 down the drain. Sage Wall invested to cut off middle as well. And, well, UC Berkeley, they have no clue where they're going to be. I mean, look at the comms around the map, right? You got 2 players in middle. The rest of the team starting to kind of converge on middle. Yeah, Sova's taking a lot of information, but look at where Sabs is. Just delayed push, spots him. That's going to be the call out. But, hey, Squeeze finds the frag. Able to get it done. And look at Jello. Jello's in the back line. Like, again, this Viper. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Russell gets one. Blue Haze gets another. They've just flipped this round completely on their heads. Jello, you slippery pickle. This round is up to Jello. And the trigger discipline. Blue Haze gonna get the kill onto Nick. Oh, boy. No way. Surely not, Beanies. Not like this. Have you heard the one about Jello? Oh, the Killjoy turret gives it away. That's what it's there for. Jello, the party's spoiled. The frag is here. Troy, can you get it? No. And a Hunter's Fury invested. This could be an easy frag. But just in time. There's a bit of a distraction as Blue Haze comes from the side with the RKO. 9-3 half. Still doesn't look great if you're a Berkeley fan at this point in time. But man, oh man. Jello is having themselves a game. Not in terms of, statistics, but just the way that they are forcing UC Berkeley to play around these lurks. It's completely changing the dynamic of this game, Beanies.
Yeah, and it's really going to be an interesting thing to watch how UC Berkeley handles this offense now. Because it feels like, especially watching that last round, I'm thinking about Bufu, for example, who just kind of sent it right into mid. It feels like that UC Berkeley is kind of putting themselves in positions to make very aggressive plays that have high risk, high reward. And maybe that's the route you had to take at the end of the first half. But here in the second half, you have a new round, you have a new start, you have a new set of economy. So just focus on building that economy, creating an advantage, and don't worry too much about this round score. If you keep winning out, a snowball will happen, and Berkeley knows that better than anyone. So they're just going to have to make it come to reality. Bufu going to be doing just that. Look at that. We're getting the fight right to Sabs. Finds one. Whiter, though, going to respond in tow. And that's a commitment not to the A side here, folks. It's going to be back and forth trading between these two teams. Just barely getting out is going to be Whiter. Has the healing thrown on for good measure, but won't see full HP. And now the spike has been planted. And look at this positioning we have from Berkeley. They're all stuck in the same location. It's not ideal to have everyone in that same exact spot, albeit you do have a few different locations that you could vary from.
Oh, if Blue Haze goes down, this is going to be this is the plan. Blue Haze cannot die here. That toxic screen has to do it. Blue Haze gets one. It's a 1v3, and YEG Nick with it all to do. Not going to have enough time, even if they stuck it. And Troy able to play cleanup crew, but Beanies. The reason I say Blue Haze is the key there, although they were out of snake bites, the Poison Cloud, the ability to just decay an enemy that walks in there makes the team's job a heck of a lot easier to find a one tap with a right click, a left click, anything really with that decay. So props to them staying alive. And University of Alberta, they knew what they had to do. It's almost like a League of Legends team fight. You want to focus on one person and hope you can find that kill, but unable to get the job done there as Berkeley is going to take the first pistol round of this, their first pistol round of this series.
Here.
And look at Bufu just hitting W key along with the rest of the UC Berkeley squad. B site's going to be their location, and it's not going to be much of a hesitation for our defense to respond. They already are prepared for the site to be taken, and they have a lurker just in case of a swing in and back in the round situation. But Squeeze does actually get forced off by the Viper util. Nice use of that by Alberta, but even nicer use of the Marshall right there by Russ, who picks up one, taking down Sabs. And that's going to be a 1 opening elimination. Make that 2 opening eliminations here in this bonus round. As Whiter and Co. are just trying to take as many as they can, and that's 3 members fallen from UC Berkeley. They do pick up the win, but that's going to be a tough comeback in this next round with 3 members falling while committing their full eco.
Yeah, it's certainly an expensive one. As Beanies, this is kind of a similar story to what we saw in the last map, right? Alberta gets off to a super hot start. Berkeley starts to respond. Is that an Odin in the hands of Jello? Surely not, right? There's no way. Where is Jello posted up?
There is a way, and don't call me Shirley.
No way. There's no way. Hey, my grandmother's name is Shirley. Shout out to you, Bachi. She's a great person.
Hey,
anyways, as we work...
Shout out to Bachi.
Yeah, oh, you Polish too, Beanies?
No, but, you know, I love to be included.
All right, well, you're always included. And you know what else is included is the buy one, get one deal on that recon drone as it spots 2 players from Berkeley. Blue Hay is going to open things up before getting shut down by Whiter. Russell and Bufu each trying to frag as well, and it's a 2v4 already within a matter of moments. They have to go back and retrieve the spike as YEG, Nick, and Jello have it all to do here. This should be a fairly easy round for UC Berkeley to clean up, but hey, you never know when Jello's in the server. The stranger things have happened. We saw Troy with an ace last round. Ken, Jello. Oh, you might want to back off, Jello. You invested the Odin. Timing, you're going to get shot in the back. They seem to know. Yeah, looks like they're going to call this one off.
Troy, though, might get
Made a noise.
sniffed out.
Made a noise. Made a noise. Jello looks the wrong way. Ah, it doesn't matter. Odin go burr.
Oh.
I wonder if Nick tries to retrieve that Odin. They may have someone. Yep. I was going to say, they may have someone start to push this and try to get this away. Oh, and Russell just Ferrari peaks YEG Nick to close out the round. 9-6. Berkeley fighting back strong.
Yeah, and now this is what we were talking about. It takes just 1 round that snowballs into another, and after that big round in the full buy for Alberta, you can see what they're stuck with here. Look at their purchases. Look at their credits. Alberta has to go into the sheriff department and try to find a lucky headshot or 2 to get themselves back in to this economy. But if they don't, well, this is going to be round 7 for Berkeley. And then if Berkeley takes the round after this, well, by all accounts, we might be looking at a tie game here. So this is going to be a big string of rounds here, this and the following, for UC Berkeley.
Yeah, and Alberta opting to give up sight and play retake again. Look at the minimap. Everyone on the cavalry, they're rounding up. There's no one on the flank, though, which is a bit of an interesting choice. University of Alberta was doing so well with that as Bufu spots one and just takes off the head of YEG Nick. Spike not able to get planted just yet, as it does look like Berkeley's going to decide to commit. They still have plenty of time left, 1 minute left. They could still opt to rotate, as again, looking at the minimap, it looks like Shimmy's going to go back over there and start to flank or watch this rotate if it comes through to A site.
I don't know if it's going to, though, Speezy. The movement, it seems like it's Berkeley just waiting for the opportune time to get onto site, and as you tick down the 40 seconds, you don't have the time to swing in the round, so you got to start committing. And as utility and cooldowns are traded out between the 2 squads, it's all in an attempt to make sure that the spike gets planted safe and sound.
30 seconds left.
Troy is not going to get it.
You slippery pickle. Whiter was able to
that
sneak into that poison cloud and get the frag and dismiss away, but not going to happen again. Bufu gonna get this spike planted. Oh, and just barely misses those shots to Sabs. UC Berkeley, no problem. They're gonna win this round, bring a 7-9. Beanies, just the ability of Alberta to just stall so well right there. maybe if they had another snake bite or another shock dart, I could see that round going the other way very quickly.
And now here we are. A definitive round in this matchup. This is a big round here for both of these teams. Alberta. If Alberta can win this round, they can start climbing up that hill. They can start pushing the cart. They got some wheels on it. It's going to start making its way up over this hump. But if Berkeley... Oh, I don't even know if I can consider what Berkeley might do, because that's 2 opening picks right off the bat by Alberta in tandem with an immediate Viper's Pit here. So anything I was talking about for Berkeley is going to have to be put on hold until they can at least even the odds here in this 5 versus 3.
Yeah, and it's certainly difficult. Recon drone going to spot one down middle. So Sabs knows there's at least one here. And no calls for the rotations just yet. Team, hold tight. Oh, Sabs has lineups, but Troy has the crosshair placement. Shimmy. Oh, smart. Doesn't even take the shot. Just tailwinds out of there. Tries to relay some of that information to the team. Oh, and Jello. This could, if Jello dies here, that's a big one. Just going to get the frag, drop back into that Viper's Pit. If that Viper's Pit goes down, Jello could have just been a massive mistake pushing out for that frag.
Oh, that's a big recon dart. Not going to get a kill, but does sniff out one, almost securing a kill. And look at the time, folks. 30 seconds. The spike's got to go down sooner rather than later. And one player has already been sniffed out on the site, even though the operator shot will miss. Oh, that's going to be a bad peek. But Jello actually is the one with the bad peek. Whiter also gets dropped. Somehow Russ turns that around. Unreal performance by the UC Berkeley Reyna. And that's going to really put a wrench in the Alberta defense. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, that was it. That was the go button for the Empress. The Empress goes down once that shot's missed. And oh, my gosh. It was almost awful for the Alberta lineup, but they stabilize. Nick finds one. And now the 1v2. The swing happens. And that's going to be Alberta. Stumbling, tripping, falling, but finding their footing. And they get themselves into double digits here. 10 rounds for the Alberta squad.
Yeah, if you're the Alberta squad, you know, it's not pretty, but we take those. You know, that's around that. You have to win, and they certainly came up when it mattered. They invested a lot into that round. Losing 3 players, they lost the Viper's Pit, but they are close to a Blade Storm as well as a Rez and, what is that, a Hunter's Fury. Meanwhile, on the side of Berkeley, one off of a Viper's Pit, one off of a Hunter's Fury, and you already have the lockdown and the Blade Storm. Beanies, have we seen a single lockdown come out from Troy? I can't remember one in the first half, but that could certainly be the difference maker in one of these upcoming rounds. Oh my shimmy.
Okay, we didn't see Troy much at all in the 18th round, we should say. Alberta, though, they're going to be losing one as well. Whiter is going to be taken down, and Uni of Alberta are going to have to try and deal with this UC Berkeley push, which may not commit to A fully. But they are lingering here. They are at the ulti orb. They're possibly going to be grabbing it. Just got to be careful. That sound cue is going to give away a lot of information to your opponent. You can use that information to your advantage. But look at this defense, Speezy. Look at how Alberta's holding A site. It's almost like they're hesitant to even say they're defending it.
Yeah, they're certainly playing passive. And look at the minimap. YEG Nick is going to, if they push this, they're going to have a big fight against the Viper of Blue Haze from UC Berkeley, who's been conditioned almost, I'd hate to say at this point. Oh, as Bufu gets dropped shimmy, excuse me. That's a huge pickup, as that's the operator down. Not the easiest weapon to retake with, but Jello with an Ares finds one. This is a bootleg buy, as I like to say, and just sprinting around the corner. Sabs finds one.
What are you looking at?
That's a huge one. Can you get it half? Yes, they can.
That's so big, Speezy.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, and Jello's not. Jello has to race. Jello's not going to have time to get this. It's halfway, but is the Sage Wall there? How's your timing? Oh, my days, in Squeeze.
Oh, my Lord.
Man on a mission. Squeeze just zip lines across, doing their best Asana impression, and is able to secure the frag for the round. 8-10. Look at this. Just in the nick of time, Squeeze, with it all to do, gets 2 frags. Make it a third as the zip line comes over. Oof, oof, oof. 3K for Squeeze.
But this is a game we have, Speezy. And look at the buys again. UC Berkeley is going to have a lot available, but oh my God, shimmy!
Excuse me?
Oh! I love the attempt. I love the goal. Just didn't make anything happen with it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a questionable one there, right? I mean, you invested the ultimate. Now you put your teammates at a disadvantage extremely quickly into this round, and UC Berkeley, they can have some fun now as Russell's going to take another one down. Sabs gets tagged. Russell's on a 4K. Blue Haze steals the ace, and Berkeley, 9-10. They are coming back fast. They are coming back furious. Alberta may want to get a pause going here just to kind of regroup and reclaim some of that mental, because look at the buy. Look at the financial state of Alberta right now. 50 credits left on Shimmy after this round. Not a full glass cannon operator, but they are going to go with some light shields and Sabs with the light shields and the Odin as well. But look at the banks. Big Bank Berkeley, 9K, 8,200. They are just killing it right now when it comes to the financial department. And that is a recon dart that missed.
Oh, that is a bait if I've ever seen one. Oh my God! Wow, wait.
That's both.
They're just like
Spike down A.
They're just like dropping each other back and forth. It was like who could keep up with who was trading out what. It was just ping pong. You go, I go, you go, I go. But eventually, Bufu brings us back to reality. If only for a second.
No.
Oh my gosh, Bufu oh my gosh, Bufu, the only member left standing, going up against YEG Nick. Bates.
Oh, with the utility out.
What are you doing? Oh. Oh, that's so tough to see.
Nick peeks with the utility out. We called that the NA peak. Unfortunate timing. I think you saw what the idea was, right? Bait Jello with the resin, finish that kill on the Bufu. We see it here again. Oh, just unfortunate. Possibly even fat-fingered the slow orb there. That's an unfortunate one as Alberta. This is a tie ball game. They have it all to do right now because UC Berkeley is in the driver's seat when it comes to the financial situation. And even looking at the ultimate economy, Empress, Viper's Pit, Lockdown still in the hands of Troy, and a Hunter's Fury and a Rez on the side of University of Alberta. So let's see what they can get done. If you're a Berkeley fan, if you're an Alberta fan, wouldn't be surprised if we see the Hunter's Fury start to either nullify the lockdown. Oh, Nick making it up for it, getting the frag on the Blue Haze. That's the operator down. Troy can't get the trade onto Shimmy, but Sabs with a classic from the long range gets the frag.
Spike planted.
That's massive, actually. Getting 3 eliminations. Alberta's not happy. You can tell. They come out to this round with pistols and toe. And they're looking to make a mark here. They have to go up against the Empress Reina, and they do just that, taking down Reina and Bufu at the same time. And incredibly, Alberta bounced back from a tough round loss with a big thrifty here. And they're going to be back in the lead after only tying for 1 round.
Shimmy got a boomstick. I'm pretty sure that's what they were holding on for that defuse for. So let's see. Yes. Yeah. Boomstick in the hands of Shimmy. That's a huge one. That's going to be 40. That's 4,700 free credits. Yeah, but Blue Haze had to invest in it. So looking at this one, Beanies, this round, if University of Alberta can win this, there's no... I mean, there's what? This will be the second loss bonus for UC Berkeley, so they won't have a ton of credits to buy up into the next round, and we could see them scrap together a buy. But Alberta should be sitting semi-pretty if they're not able to get this one. Let's see.
Oh, and here we go.
Shimmy
the
already
early
took
off
one
shots
shot.
are being traded.
You should run.
Yeah, Shimmy got pushed off the angle extremely quickly. Oh, and misses again. This is the first time we've seen the lockdown as Bufu just delete Shimmy's face. Lockdown destroyed. That's what we were expecting to see as Whiter gets 2 on site, gets the overheal. 2 away from Empress. If they're able to get the Empress for next round, that's a huge ultimate to have online. Troy just gets tickled up by that shock dart. Beanies, our Sova players today have been on point with their shock darts between, who was that, Danny in the first round? I mean, you are the human Sova, so. Rightfully so.
I love it. I can only hope to be as well trained as these Sovas like Squeeze, who has 60 HP, barely squeaking by there. They get the spike down, and that's gonna be a risky peek there for Troy. Why they're gonna make him pay 10 to 11 here. Possibly gonna be at 12 if Squeeze has something to say about it. It's gonna be an evened up game. Oh my lord.
This is huge. The decay again with the Hunter's Fury. They baited out, and this is just to buy time. Nick, don't touch that spike. How your lineups doesn't matter. Whiter's there. Whiter with the ace.
Oh my lord. Whiter with the ace. Speezy, that was so well played. Alberta learned from previous mistakes, and this time they bring the fight to the Viper, to the Sova. And even though the Hunter's Fury does come out, the Viper is not able to get the snake bite down. And now, look at this. There is a full buy from UC Berkeley. Full buy. Everybody has armor, everybody has AR. But the big difference is going to be in the operator and those two Odins that are coming out from the Alberta side.
Yeah, and I mean, Berkeley has to know, right? That's why you choose to push this A site. You're expecting at least one Odin down long, and you don't want to walk into the operator down those long B site angles. You have to try and play them up close and go where you have the advantage. That's definitely going to be this B site. If Shimmy can hit one shot and get out, though, that's going to be the world of a difference. That's the shot, and Shimmy gets out, but Whiter gets traded. That's a huge player down. Whiter just went massive last round. Shock darts are still buying more time. Tags up 2 players on the side of UC Berkeley. And Sabs is spraying and praying. Nick finds one. Oh, Bufu and Russell each get a frag. Shimmy, though, answers back with another. It's a Shimmy against the world. The op in hand. Tell me what you're going to do. Gets one. Shimmy. 1v1. Jet v Jet. This is the true better. Jet wins. Doesn't check the corner. Bufu takes him down, and Bufu gets the op. We go to match, or excuse me, not match point. We go to the last round in regulation. Beanies, look at the buys. This is going to be a scrappy one from both sides.
Yeah, this is really going to be interesting. It's going to depend a lot on the first elimination and who gets what. We see that everybody's blowing all their credits here. Put everything you have to use. Make sure your math skills are at top tier so everybody gets a weapon. And now that first pick is going to be massive. I think the first pick is going to be coming out, and then it's going to set the tone. It's going to really put a hamper in the offense if they lose one. Just like that. Just like that. That is massive. Now the offense has to come back from this deficit. And look at this.
And
Alberta understands this. Yeah, Alberta understands this. They're not going to do anything except shimmy. Again, loses the trade against Blue Haze. Time and time again, we've seen Shimmy lose that duel against Blue Haze, and it's biting them in the butt here. But now it's a 4 versus 4, and UC Berkeley, they understand what's in front of them, and they don't like what they see. So now they're going to see what's on the other side of the map with a minute left in this round.
Beanies, that's the call that the op's down. We can try to rotate this onto this B site. They know that there's mathematically no way Alberta can afford double ops, right? So they're trying to play this where they have the advantage, and since they all have rifles, they know that Alberta doesn't necessarily all have rifles, but they don't know that Sabs is waiting with this Odin. Oh, this is going to be a huge dart. That's going to give it away. They know where Sabs is. Spots one. Wait. Sabs can wallbang this. That's what he's playing for right now. Sabs gonna wallbang, gets the one. Blue Haze is down. So is the spike. They have to retrieve this. They have to cross through, and there's no way to safely cross. Spray and pray is the name of the game. Bufu takes down Sabs. Nick gets one.
Oh my lord.
Snake Bite's gonna buy more time, and Jello goes massive again. Are you kidding me, Jello? Jello's got to be my player of the match, Beanies. There's no other way around it. Between the lurks and conditioning UC Berkeley to watch their backs and the clutch snake bites, take a bow. Alberta, go ahead. I'm sorry I wrote you off. I said 2-1. Beanies, you owe them a formal apology on Twitter. Wow. What
the twit longers. I'm typing the twit longer as we speak, my friend. But honestly, this game was incredible. That final round, those interactions, the way that they had to play that, the fact that you had the fact that you had Sabs set up with the Odin, mowing down anyone trying to plant. So then you see the side of Berkeley step in with like a triple peek and the op takes him down. But then in response, the Viper throws the snake bite. It was so much happening in 5-10 seconds that decided this. It was incredible from both of these teams. I mean, honestly, I'm so impressed with the performance Alberta put up today. I'm so incredibly impressed. They not only did they put up incredible numbers in the rounds that they strung together, but then they also fought back and won both these games after going on losing streaks, after having to bounce back with that mental. I think this is a really big statement win for Alberta in the CF1 league.
It certainly is, Beanies. I mean, they just handed Cal their first loss in this CF1 season. There's now, hold on, I have the standings right here. UT Orange 3-1, Cal 3-1. Depending on what happens with Cal Poly, they could go 3-1 tonight, and Alberta 3-1 as well. So I mean, this group is now wide open. Granted, UC Irvine's up at the top, and I mean, it's UC Irvine. There's levels to this, but that second place spot is certainly up for grabs when we're looking at moving forward in the season and into playoffs. Alberta, they look clean. They look clinical, and I have to say, Beanies, again, neither of us were expecting that from them. They went on massive win streaks, and they didn't let the loss streaks affect their mental. So credit to Alberta. 332 on Whiter, 230 average combat score on Shimmy. Granted, we don't want to talk about Shimmy's operating skills when he's trying to take down Blue Hayes back belt.
Let him enjoy the win.
Yeah, I'll let it slide, Beanies. Take us to a break, Beanies, before we get the interview.
You heard it, folks. We're going to be stepping away for just a few moments, but after this 5-minute intermission, we'll be back with a member of the winning University of Alberta squad. So don't go anywhere. CF1 will be right back.
We're the team on stage that has energy. We're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising focus. FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse.
But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet.
My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
I'll really try.
Well, there we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the CF1 broadcast. Beanies and Speezy here, joined with our interviewee of the evening, one of the winners of the University of Alberta Valorant squad. It's Shimmy joining us. Shimmy, thanks for joining us and talking with us for a little bit. I want to start this off by asking you, coming into this, going up against Berkeley, this team's 3-0 undefeated in your group here at CF1. What were your thoughts coming into this? Had you been exposed to them previously, or was this your first match with them? And how'd you feel about it going into this obviously slobber knocker of a match?
Yeah, so we've never played them before, but we were going in, we were told that they're probably the best team in our group. So, but you know, that didn't, we came in as the underdogs, and you know, clearly we are better than them. So that's good.
Absolutely. And I mean, you guys proved that straight out of the gate. You won 6 straight. And then you kind of hit a bit of a hiccup, losing 5 in a row after being at such a high and then kind of coming down into a low. What was that mental state like in the Discord or in the TeamSpeak server?
Honestly, it was pretty good. That's one good thing about our team is that we're all like friends in real life, and you know, we're not very toxic and stuff. So it was, our mental was still good, and you know, it being split attack, we were fine. You know, dropping 5 rounds, and honestly, like it's a good thing that happened, because even if we trolled those 5 rounds, we still ended up coming out on top, and that's a good sign for our future. If we just tighten things up, that we'll have a bright future ahead.
Absolutely, and you guys showed it. You know, that bright future in map number 2, again, starting off super hot. I want to ask, is there a different comfort level that you guys have when you're on your attacking side? Because both maps, your attack was super clean, and when you kind of got to the defense, it became a little bit more shoddy. So is there something that you guys prefer about attack, or is it just the way that you guys happen to be playing today?
Yeah, well, I'm the IGL of the team, so I just am more comfortable calling on attack, because you know, the attackers obviously make the first moves, so you're making the plays. Like when I'm on defense as an IGL, like honestly, there's not much to say really, unless you're like adapting to a specific play they have. You kind of just are reactionary to what they're doing. But on attack, like I can really make my calls, and I think like I have pretty decent calls because I practice in solo queue a lot, and like that's why I decided to take the IGL role. So then I think that's why our attacks are pretty good, because we can just, you know, always know what to do.
Well, if you want to,
You sound like
solo queue with me, I'll appreciate it. Just
yeah, I was gonna say you sound like the perfect solo queue teammate practicing IGLing with your randoms. How lucky can they be? But I want to get one more question at you before we end off this interview. So you guys take down Berkeley. You mentioned they were being considered the best team in your group. Both of us thought they were the best team in your group as well. And now it feels like your group kind of has this, I said it last season too, a Wild West feel to it where really anybody can beat anyone. You know, you had a down day against Cal Poly. Berkeley lost to you guys 2-0. I mean, what do you think the West group is going to evolve into? You know, I feel like you'll put yourself at the top, but do you have any thoughts on how the others fall? Do you see one team standing out more than the other? Do you see Berkeley coming out ahead of Cal Poly? You know, another team? What are your thoughts of your group?
Cal Poly was the first team you played, right?
I believe so. Let me just
I believe so, yeah.
Look.
Yeah. Honestly, I think we've just gotten a lot better as a team. Like in the last couple of weeks, we've honestly just improved like a lot. That's why I was like pretty confident going into this game. This team we played today is probably better than Poly. And the other teams we played, one of our teams actually forfeited, which was unfortunate, but the other team, we just rolled them that it was 2-0. So I think it's probably just going to come down to us and the team we played again today, if they already beat Poly. So.
All right.
Well, you guys have a bright future ahead of yourself. You already beat the team that you guys were vying for that first place against. So these next few weeks are going to be intense. And before we end off today's broadcast, I want to get you an opportunity to say whatever you want, share whatever you want, shout out anybody. The floor is yours. Shimmy, go for it.
I just want to say thanks to the guys. Usually I'm, doing pretty good on the team, but I kind of slacked today. I'm sure you guys saw those off shots, so they really came in clutch today, especially on split. I think I was bottom of the leaderboard on Jet. So that's honestly a really good sign, showing that, like, as the highest ranked player on the team, I can, have an off day and we still win. So if I show up next time, like, I just think we're going to destroy the competition. So I'd like to say congratulations to them. And I guess you can follow my Twitch stream at shimmy_15. That's all I got, really.
I know what I'm doing right folks. Now.
Head on over to Twitch. Follow him on Twitch at shimmy_15. And while you're at it, don't forget to drop a follow with the CF1 esports channel, because you want to be notified the next time we're going to be going live, my friends. CF1 esports. We're going to be taking a break for about a week, but we'll be back next Tuesday evening with more collegiate Valorant action. You see it here, folks, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Stay up to date. Follow the Twitter, follow the socials, follow the Twitch, and we'll see you guys next week. I've been Beanies. That's been Speezy. Above us is Shimmy. Have a good rest of your night, everybody.